Good evening to you all. It's Friday night, August 14, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for a continuation of a continuation. This is our second session playing a fan-made case for New York Noir called the Collector Trilogy, Case 3, The Actress. This is a 5-day case. We plan to play one case per day. But yesterday, after 6 hours having not finished the first day of the case, we decided better to take a break here and pick up today. So today we'll be wrapping up case day 1 of the case, and then going into day 2, and we'll see how far we get. But I'm determined not to rush this. It takes however long it takes, at least 5 sessions, we think, but it could take more. It's a long and difficult case, and the culmination of a trilogy. The previous cases we've played, The Rookie and the Model. We played one a year ago and the other one a week ago, so we are refreshed on it, but it's a challenge. And you shouldn't be watching this stream without having watched the others, so most of you don't belong here. That's okay. Let's check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. I'm going to talk a little bit about our experiences yesterday, where we stand, what our plans are for the coming days, but not too much, and then we'll get into today's case. YouTube says there are 9 viewers, 5 likes. Most of you disappear before we get too far into the stream, but if you're here now, feel free to say hello. I have got my coffee and tea. So let's talk a little bit about the nature of playtesting these cases, especially these big ones, and I'll give you a little bit of caveats, warnings, based on a discussion with Anna. So Anna wrote this trilogy over a year ago. And in the intervening time, New York Noir has undergone a churn of improvements and changes, one of the biggest of which is changes to the directories. I have the latest versions printed out here. And when writing the New York Noir system and all the code that deals with the directory, I tried to make my best effort to balance the fact that authors were writing cases with old versions of the directories. We knew that the directory was going to have to get improved over time. So how do we manage this problem of cases written with the old version of the directory need to still work with the new version of the directory? It was a real challenge. It was a challenge I knew we were going to have, but there was no way around it. You can't test the directories unless you have cases written for them, and you can't write the cases unless you have a working directory. So it was a chicken and the egg. There was no way they weren't going to evolve together. Anyway, most of New York Noir is based in software that generates the directories, all of that stuff. So I went to some real effort to try to make sure that anytime a place was used in a case, it got marked as locked down so that it wouldn't change in future directory iterations, but nothing is perfect. And a couple of things snuck through the cracks. And Anna's cases, which are over a year old, especially a big long one, it's very hard to make sure that everything remains unchanged. And there were a couple of places that, despite my best efforts of locking down, a couple of real places that were hallucinated in the wrong neighborhoods did get changed. And I made a slight error in not flagging those differently. So Anna has let me know that at least one place in her case that's important, I think, has moved, and that's going to cause a little bit of an issue. We are lucky enough that Anna is in the chat and has been joining us for these playthroughs, that she's going to keep her eye open for when we stumble on this problem, and she'll let us know about it. However, this is just part and parcel of the experience of playtesting cases, and that's why I've called this a playtest, because we are not just playing this to enjoy it, although I am very much enjoying this case, but we're playing it to stress test the system. We're playing it so that we can talk about what works, what doesn't. We're playing it so we can see how different authors are experimenting with stuff. And Anna, who's written these cases, can watch someone play test her case and see what they might do that she didn't anticipate and expect. And you've seen a whole bunch of that. You've seen that in every New York Noir case we've played, but you've seen it in this set where we think we're going to find cab records, but there's no cab records. Or when Anna watches us churn through a neighborhood looking for hotels, and she thinks, maybe I didn't expect players to do that. Or what happened yesterday where we were looking for someone with the first name of Dorothy in a specific neighborhood. There are things that, as an author, you don't anticipate players are going to do, and that's why it's so valuable to have playtesters, and that's part of what we're doing in these sessions. This one is going to be a particularly long, stamina-challenging case. That's going to take us 5 or 6 days. That happens to be one of my favorite things to do on this channel is play the long cases, especially when I am joined by others through the experience, Jonathan Warner especially, but others as well. If you do think you're going to join me for this arc of 5 or 6 sessions playing this case and multiple cases previous to this, I do hope, even if you're not going to join me live, maybe you're just watching these after the fact, I do hope you will keep a pen and paper and some notes nearby so that you can offer constructive criticism to Anna about her case, and also in general about the New York Noir system, and you can post it as a comment if you don't join me for the live discussion after we finish playing it. Okay, that's our little setup. I do want to talk about, before we do our recap here, I also want to mention one of the things, we're not just playtesting this case, we're playtesting New York Noir. We played a bunch of cases digitally using the tools that I made for online play, and now we're stress testing the physical documents. And I have to say, I've been very pleased with how well it's gone. And I can't tell how it comes across on your side watching yesterday's stream where we spent a good hour searching for hotels and retracing a path using the reverse directory. Now, that's a very important directory because it's new to this kind of system. It doesn't exist in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And I think Anna got a little frustrated watching us spend so much time going through the reverse directory and looking on the neighborhood map for potential hotels or places that our kidnapping victim might have gone off to. So I don't know how you guys, how you experienced those hours, that hour or whatever that I was doing that. But the good news from my perspective is, that was actually quite enjoyable. And that's a very lucky good thing, because on paper it doesn't look like it would be enjoyable. But the truth is that there are certain procedural elements to these games that can be fun and also can be unpleasant. And the good news from my perspective as the person going through this is that reverse directory is actually pretty enjoyable to spend time trying to find things. And it was kind of enjoyable, even though we didn't find what we were looking for. Whether it was looking for first name person in a neighborhood or tracing a map and trying to figure out with the reverse directory what places that person might have gone to nearby, it was actually pretty enjoyable. So that's a real win for the system, because it's a whole element that can't occur in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective because of how everything is aliased to locations. So I am thrilled with that. Now, let's talk about our plans. So I said this is going to take us another 4 or 5 sessions. I think probably the plan will be after each session, I'll schedule the next one. That way we can decide how we're feeling, but probably we're going to try to take a break for a day and split this into 2 series of sessions. My plan was to break on Saturday, especially because Jonathan Warner may not be able to join us on Saturday or for all of Saturday, but I'm not sure now. Maybe we should play Saturday night, take a break Sunday. We're going to cross that bridge when we come to it, but we will be playing the second half of these sessions into next week. Normally, Sunday, I do a play-by-mail session. I've talked about why I'm hesitating to start a new Dear Holmes play-by-mail session this Sunday, because I don't want it to gum up our brain while we're trying to solve this long case. So on Sunday, we're not going to meet and play Dear Holmes at 1 p.m. like we normally do. I'm not sure what will happen on Sunday. I wouldn't be opposed to having a long Sunday daytime stream where we play a day of this case, but that's sort of 2 worlds colliding, and the normal Sunday people normally wouldn't be involved in this, so they would be, I'm not sure what they would do. We'll decide after tonight. Next week, I believe what I'll do is have a New York Noir design diary, number 14, probably next Saturday afternoon. So if you are curious about the New York Noir system, if this is your first experience with it, or if you've been joining me, there's lots to talk about during our next session. Whether that's changes to the website, changes to a new volunteer who's turned out to be very friendly and super helpful, who's created a new tutorial for authors. Some great stuff to talk about. I hope you'll join me for that. And then later this month on August 29, if you're local to Champaign, Illinois, the local game design group here, Kudo Plays, is having their kickoff for their next season of game design entries on August 29th. I will be at that, and I will have New York Noir at their little opening exhibition. So if you want to see New York Noir in person, come and talk to me about it. Maybe talk about writing a case, and you're in the area, please do stop by for that. In September, there'll be another local convention here, a Tabletop Central convention, where I will be with a table for 2 days showing off New York Noir. Good opportunity if you're in the area and you want to sit down and play for a few hours. I'm happy to accommodate that. Anything else on my list to talk about? I think that's about it. Anything anyone else want to talk about? Any projects you're working on? Anyone in the shadows want to come and say hello and admit you're here watching this? What is my favorite mystery game in 2026 so far? I'm not sure, but this could be it. I do love the long dialogues. All right, let's do a little bit of a recap. If you haven't watched the previous streams, now is your time to exit. So, the name of this case is The Actress, and on our first day, we met up with the rookie, and we said, we're going to go work on the collector case, which is this mysterious case of some big shot criminal person who's interested in robbing the works of some old dead writer with a connection to Greenwich Village, either Edgar Allan Poe or Mark Twain. We think it's probably Mark Twain, and specifically Mark Twain's connection to Nikola Tesla, but we're not sure about which one of those. Before we could make too much progress on that, the thing that's been happening in all of these cases in the trilogy happened, which is that we got another case on our plate. It's the case of a kidnapped actress, Georgia Price. Georgia Price and this troupe of Shakespeare Fellowship actors has been in the paper recently. It's a motley crew here with a woman acting alongside of the husband who cheated on her with another member of the troupe. They're all still acting together. They're getting divorces. They're sleeping with each other. It's a complicated social dynamic here. And some real rivalries. We're told that Georgia Price and Audrey Seals have a real rivalry. Georgia being the movie star who's trying her hand at acting in a Broadway play. Audrey Seals criticizing her for lack of acting chops. Georgia mad at Audrey Seals, who she calls a cunt and a bitch, for what she thinks is stealing her thunder in the press with all her divorce proceedings. We've talked to a bunch of them. We've had some big, long dialogues in the case, as well as newspaper articles about what's going on. Georgia Price disappears from a rehearsal, and a kidnapping note shows up. That kidnapping note is right here. When we eventually track down Georgia Price, she's married to a lord, a penniless lord, lives in a mansion, though, in Carnegie Mansion neighborhood. The circumstances surrounding her kidnapping become very suspicious. We talked about how if you're a kidnapping victim, the way the kidnappers get you is they watch your daily pattern and they find what you do predictably so they know where you're going to be and kidnap you. Georgia Price did the opposite. She walked out in the middle of a rehearsal for no reason. And then we learned later she dismissed her driver and said she was going to walk around, which her husband says is totally insane. She would never walk anywhere. She's this starlet who loves gold and pink and never walked. And then we finally found Georgia's diary. And the diary talks about how the day before her disappearance, she's got a plan. I did have an idea a few days ago. I didn't think I would have the courage to do it, but now I want to see Herb's face, her husband, when I pull it off successfully. He will see that I'm not that silly little girl he said I was. He will see he married a real mastermind, and she's got a bunch of spelling errors. So it seems very clear to us that Georgia Price has staged her own kidnapping. Now, we know she does these kinds of pranks. In fact, the director, who's not pictured, and her husband both thought that this was a staged kidnapping because she would want publicity. And we think it turns out they're right. The only little wrinkle there is that it may not be about a staged, it may not be about publicity. She seems to want to do it as revenge to Audrey Seals, but maybe it's two birds with one stone. She gets free publicity and she's somehow going to blame Audrey Seals. We think maybe the spelling errors in her diary are a reflection of the spelling error in the ransom note where it says DYE. That doesn't actually seem that plausible to me. This is a spelling error that no one would make. So I believe that the game might be trying to tell us that her spelling errors in the diary explain her spelling error here. As a meta commentary, I don't find that very believable. I don't think someone, given her writing and the spelling errors, it doesn't feel like this is a spelling error she would make. So, but I think from a game perspective, it makes sense that that was what that hint was telling us. So we've got the case of Georgia Price, the actress, the kidnapping that we think is fake. And we spent a good chunk of yesterday's session following a theory about how we could find Georgia Price. We know the driver was told to go home and saw her going on Fifth Avenue, so we tried to find, and there was a mention of her in a hotel. We know she took a change of clothes, so we thought, okay, she's probably hiding out in a hotel in Gramercy Park, where the theater is, probably close to Fifth Avenue. We tried all of those. We didn't find any. We tried the hotels. We spent quite a bit of time. I was enjoying the search. Anna was getting frustrated with us and telling us to sort of move on. But part of the motivation for really not wanting to let go of that bone of finding Georgia Price in a hotel was because when we visited the theater and talked to the director, we had an interaction with him. And I think maybe that's a good lead to reread if we can find it. Madison Square Theater, 12390. So there have been some wonderfully long leads in here. And so when we talk to the director all about her missing, he thinks he thought this was a prank. That's why they're not reporting it. She just wants publicity. We talk to the other people, but then we have this final dialogue with the director. And he says, even our guy, the detective, says it kind of looks like it's not believable. This newspaper, this ransom note written with cutouts of a magazine. Also, by the way, we found the maid of Georgia was like, she had a stack of magazines. Jonathan realized, oh, she's cut out the ransom note. It's like everything points to her staging this. But anyway, the director says, I don't want this story in the papers, so I thought before we call the police, maybe you could try to find her. And he goes, we go, I am the police. And then he says, come on, you know what I mean. But here is the part that sort of threw me. He says to us, you got to find her before the dress rehearsal tomorrow. And we say, all right, I'm going to do this for you. We're going to go look for her. But if I can't find her by tomorrow, then it's all bets are off. You're going to have to go to the Missing Persons Bureau and do this properly. It's going to get in the paper. And he says, fair enough. So this exact paragraph is what made me worry about doing anything but locating this actress tonight. And our day is ending. We ended at 6:30 p.m. We have until maximum 10 p.m. So I feel like the game is telling us we have to find her. That's why we were so dead set on it, rather than following up with other leads. And we had a bunch of other leads on other troupe in this, other people of this acting troupe, and Edgar Allan Poe leads. We had a whole bunch of stuff we could follow up on. But that's to explain why I was so hot on checking hotels and stuff. But we failed to do that. So now we are going to have to pull on a couple more strings. At the end of yesterday's session, we did visit our informant about the collector, and I've completely forgotten what he said. I was so focused on Georgia Price. So I do want to go reread that lead, which is 52095. Okay, now I remember. What he told us was, back to the collector case, nothing to do with the actress. He said, hey, I did hear that someone did hire in the underworld a safecracker and a con woman. But it seems to me he's saying that two different people hired these two people, right? It's not the same person. He says some bloke hired a can opener, another a con woman. One of them could be Finley. Finley, aka who we think this guy who works for Edgar Tate, is the person working for the collector. So what we don't know is which of them was hired by the collector. Is it the safecracker? That seems much more likely, because we know one of the guys who has the Mark Twain stuff is got a safe in his house. So that's probably the collector trying to break into the Mark Twain stuff. But is the other person who's hired a con woman, is that related to our kidnapping case? Possibly. And then we say, do you know who these two people are, the con woman and the safecracker? And he says, one is called Tilly. She hangs out at the Village Vanguard in Greenwich Village. And one is the safecracker. His name is Cracker Joe and hangs out at Chumley's Bar. So these are our two leads to pursue when it comes to the collector. But we're scared about doing those leads because we don't want Georgia Price. We want to get Georgia Price. And we know we're going to go to those leads late at night. If we go beyond 8 p.m., we're going to take some demerits, which I'm willing to take. Okay. I think that's it for my wrap-up. Let's see if there's any more feedback in the channel. Jonathan Warner says, it might be worth looking again at the theater lead. I'd like to know if the whole company knows she's missing yet, or just Day, Benji, and Jerry. We could look through that, or we could just visit those people, because I think our plan is to visit the other members of the troupe. I'll also remind you that when we went to Georgia Price's home, the husband told us she's a cocaine addict. And we have a doctor's name, so visiting him might reveal some secrets. We don't know where she gets her cocaine from, but the husband said that she told him she gets it from a friend, and he said, my wife doesn't even have friends. But we think that Benji, one of the Shakespearean actors, is the one who's known her the longest and might be her friend. So we thought actually she might be hiding out at his house in Greenwich Village, which isn't too far from the theater, so she could have walked there. We tried to knock on his door, but no one answered the door, at least not on today, Thursday. And there wasn't an entry until Sunday, so we can't find her there. She might be there. There might be no way to find her. Even though the game seemed to suggest it wants us to find her before tomorrow, that doesn't mean she is findable before tomorrow. It just means we want to do our best to find her before tomorrow, but it may be that there's nothing we can do about that. So I'm not opposed to skimming that lead for the theater, Jonathan. But I just wondered if we might instead just go talk to those people themselves. But I suppose maybe Jonathan's thinking, hey, even if they do tell us they knew about it, maybe it would be better for us to know if they should know about it. Maybe we think someone slips up and knows about the kidnapping before they should. Okay, let's just skim through this. 3 men on the stage. They're interviewing. There are 2 of them. This is Benji and the comedian guy, Jerry Stamper. We talked to the director. He says, "Gentlemen, this is the detective I was telling you about." He says, "Bring a chair, sit down. I gave everyone the day off." Where is everyone? I gave them all the day off. Georgia Price has been missing since yesterday. We know, interestingly, that Georgia Price and the woman Audrey Seals, they never occupy the same rehearsal at the same time because they're so much at each other's throats. She's been missing since yesterday. She walked out in the middle of rehearsal. He gets the ransom note. The other lead we wanted to visit is the villager, where the interview with Georgia Price was cut short because of Audrey Seals' divorce taking up most of the paper. I'm not sure that we're told whether the rest of them know about her disappearance yet, though. And Georgia wants Audrey fired. Director says, I can't do that. And we're told 1:55 was when she walked out, which is very specific. So I think Benji might definitely be involved in this. But okay, I don't think that the rest of them know. He just gives us their connections. Okay, so what's it going to be? Where do you want to go first? I have our notes here. We can talk to Eloise Kellett, who's acting in The Great Gatsby. That's another member of the troupe. These two might be findable. I don't think we tried to look up Arthur Baxter. We might be able to look him up at his home. Ada Bossy and Stanley Street. I'm not sure we know how to find them. We could go back to the Villager and find out about her interview. We tried Benji. Jerry Stamper, we haven't tried him at home, but he seems to have given us everything he knows. Audrey Steels is acting with Sylvester Tracy at this play that we don't know, but we know how to find Sylvester Tracy. He was at the center of the affair, so I mean, talking to him is useful. We also have the doctor we could talk to and the Village article. Do any of these? You want to go to Seals and Kellett. Okay, let's do these next then. I wouldn't mind going to the cocaine doctor, because psychiatrist. He might know where she's getting her cocaine, although I'm skeptical that he'll tell about it. You don't want to go to the Villager, huh? Okay, let's start with all right. Let's start with Sylvester Tracy and Eloise Kellett. Okay, we're going to go to Sylvester Tracy's house first. He is the husband who had the affair and got a divorce. He likes to spend his extracurricular time helping young, beautiful actresses out of the goodness of his heart. All right, we've got his home address. Let's go there. So it's 630, 86395 Sylvester Tracy. Okay, if it's Sunday, otherwise no one's home. Okay, so he's not home. So I'm going to mark here that we want to come back to visit him on Sunday. No time passes. It's still 6:30. I think we may need another sheet here. Okay, let's just mark that it's still 6:30. Well, that's Sylvester Tracy. I think he's our link to Kellett. Oh no, Kellett is at The Great Gatsby. Okay, let's try to find The Great Gatsby play. In the paper, we're told where they're performing that. Cherry Lane Theater in the Village. So let's look up the Cherry Lane Theater. Cherry Lane Theater. Let's write it down. Three 9279, and this is at GV93. 39279. if it's Thursday or Friday and 9 p.m. or 9:30, is that because that's when the performance is? Every day from Monday till Friday at 6 p.m. It is Thursday, 9 p.m. or 9:30. Is this supposed to be a late night lead? Let's make a note of this. It is Thursday or Friday, so I'm gonna put a note here. This is Cherry Lane Theater. So no time is passing because we're leaving, but I'm gonna put a note. Thursday, Friday, 9 to 9:30. And I'm going to add a note to our schedule here that we should go to the Cherry Lane. This is not a late night lead. It's just a separate thing. I guess we're going to try to catch them after their performance. Isn't that what it sounds like? They might have leads also in the thing, but they're performing in the play. I don't think there's any point going to their house because they're now, we've stopped in at 6:30. They're actually on stage. So we're going to come back at 9 when they're done, but we're not going to go to their home unless we wanted to break into their house, which we don't. I think next up for us should be the psychiatrist before he goes home for the day, and the villager. To learn about George's article. Let me just look up the villager here. The villager 11648. Let's go to the doctor first. Dr. Costello. We think that's her doctor. 82372. Okay, 82372. Thursday or Friday, and then a Sunday. So I'm going to make a note that we can come back. 2372 is our doctor. It's still at 6:30, but we could also come back Sunday. But we're going to go here now. Thursday or Friday, 30724. Page 54. Good. Need to resist holding this. Okay, looks like we got a nice hefty entry here for the doctor as coach. All right, 30 minutes has passed. Our next lead will be at 7 p.m. I'm afraid I can't break my medical confidentiality, Detective, so I can't disclose Lady Litton's symptoms or treatment. But I could talk to you about my special interest as a doctor and as a psychiatrist. And if you might draw conclusions about some of my patients' condition from this, well, that is no longer my business. I'm especially interested in narcissism. Nowadays, this condition is known in the medical community as Dr. Freud described it in 1909 as a necessary intermediate stage between autoeroticism and object love. He also invented the name narcissism, since Greek myths call a youth Narcissus, whom nothing pleased so much as his own mirror image. Dr. Freud even suggested that exclusive self-love might not be as abnormal as previously thought, and might even be a common component of the human psyche. But I see narcissism quite differently from Dr. Freud or other mainstream psychoanalytic theorists nowadays. I find narcissism different from other major defensive strategies or solutions. For me, the narcissistic needs and tendencies are not inherent in human nature. I don't posit a primary narcissism, but see the narcissistic personality as the product of a certain kind of early environment, acting on a certain kind of temperament. It tends to be the product of either deprivation or indulgence. The narcissist's self-esteem is not strong because it is not based on genuine accomplishments. Narcissistic people can have an unreasonably high sense of self-importance and require constant, excessive admiration, feel that they deserve privileges and special treatment. They expect to be recognized as superior, even without achievements, and make achievements and talents seem bigger than they are. They're preoccupied with fantasies about success, power, brilliance, beauty, or the perfect mate. They believe they are superior to others and can only spend time with or be understood by equally special people. And they are critical of and look down upon people they feel are not important. They expect special favors and expect other people to do what they want without questioning them. They take advantage of others to get what they want, but have an inability or unwillingness to recognize the needs and feelings of others. They are envious of others and believe others envy them. They behave in an arrogant way, brag a lot, and, come across as conceited. And they insist on having the best of everything. But at the same time, they have trouble handling anything they view as criticism. They can become impatient or angry when they don't receive special recognition or treatment, and they easily feel slighted. They react with rage or contempt and try to belittle other people to make themselves appear superior. They have difficulty managing their emotions and behavior and experience problems dealing with stress and adapting to change. They withdraw from or avoid situations in which they might fail. They feel depressed and moody because they fall short of perfection. And they have secret feelings of insecurity, shame and humiliation, and fear of being exposed as a failure. These people may not want to think that anything could be wrong, so they usually don't seek treatment. If they do seek treatment, it's more likely to be for symptoms of depression, drug or alcohol misuse, or other mental health problem. And what they view as insults to self-esteem may make it difficult to accept and follow through with treatment. So a big, long, interesting discourse on narcissism, completely matching what we know about Georgia Price, both her background and her everything everyone else has told us about her. Now, we're going to tick 2 culture boxes for having listened to this, and now we can look up Narcissus for more culture points. Okay, so I am going to, on our case log here, let's get rid of this. we're going to give ourselves 2 culture boxes for hearing about narcissism. And because we've already said we're going to take our time and enjoy this case, Anna is all about history and culture, so I am curious to keep reading this. Let's see if it takes us more time. We are now going to go to 44144 and learn a little bit more about the story of Narcissus. I wonder if everyone knows the story of Narcissus. I mean, I know it, but I don't remember the details of it. Narcissus and Echo. Look at this painting. There's Narcissus looking at his own reflection instead of this beautiful girl he's got next to him. Several versions of the myth have survived from ancient sources, but the most popular one is from Ovid, published before 8 AD, found in Book 3 of his Metamorphoses. This is the story of Echo and Narcissus. A nymph gave birth to a Narcissus, who was beautiful even as a child. As was the custom, the mother consulted a seer about the boy's future, who predicted the boy would live a long life only if he never came to know himself. During his 16th year, after getting lost while hunting with friends, Narcissus came to be followed by Echo. That's that girl there. Echo was a mountain nymph and had kept Juno occupied with gossip while Jove had an affair behind his wife's back. As a punishment of Juno, Echo was thereafter never able to speak unless it was to repeat the last few words of those she heard. Is that how we know the word echo, or no? Surely that word predates. Echo became infatuated with Narcissus, following him, waiting for him to speak so her feelings might be heard. Narcissus sensed he was being followed and shouted, "Who's there?" Echo repeated, "Who's there?" and came close enough that she was revealed and attempted to embrace him. Horrified, he stepped back and told her to keep her chains. Heartbroken, Echo wasted away, losing her body amidst lonely glens until nothing of her but her voice remained. Devil Boy says that is the origin of the word echo. The word echo comes from her name. How cool is that? After spurning Echo, Narcissus became thirsty. He found a pool of water. Leaning down to drink, he saw his reflection for the first time, and he found it as beautiful as a marble statue. Not realizing it was his own reflection, Narcissus fell deeply in love with it. Unable to leave the allure of this image, Narcissus eventually melted away from the fire of passion burning inside him, eventually turning into a gold and white flower we call Narcissus since then. We learned the origin of 2 words now, echo and narcissist. Takes 2 culture boxes. Pretty cool. That's where we get the word echo from. Which, I wonder what the word was before that. I mean, surely people recognize that in certain cases you say something and it comes back. All right, maybe we just didn't have a word for it. It's 7 p.m. I guess we're going to flip this sheet over to write in it. So we've talked to the doctor. He told us about her psychology, but didn't want to divulge any client privileges about her cocaine use, as sort of expected. I think maybe next up for us is to go to, maybe I should put an X when we've finished with a card and we don't need it anymore. Let's try the villager and learn about George's interview that got cut off because there was no room for it in the paper. 11648. I mean, there was an article. She was mentioned a little bit, but not much. But we know she went for an interview. So, Anna, this is the kind of thing that I would gate. Like, this is the gate, because the players might go to the villager trying to buy a paper. Half hour has passed. Now 7:30. Next lead will be at 7:30. I'm going to start a new page for that. What's wrong with me? Sloppiness, that is my sin. Okay, 7:30 is going to be our next lead, but we're still at a 7 p.m. lead here. 1648, which is the villager. Okay. You ask Brian Wolf, the editor, about the article in their last issue that talked about the divorce of Mr. and Mrs. Monroe. Oh, that. It was a pretty big gamble, but it paid off in the end. We were the first newspaper which reported the divorce. Then, of course, all the major publications picked it up in the following days. Well, what do you mean gamble? Well, we received an anonymous letter not long before the deadline, so we didn't have time to thoroughly fact-check it. It was either a prank or a big piece of news. We had a pretty heated debate about it, actually. Few of my colleagues were arguing that we're not a gossip rag, so we shouldn't print it. When I told them if it's not gossip, it's our chance to be the first to report about it. The most convincing part to me was that it mentioned Tracy's real name, under which the suit was filed. I don't think many people knew about that name. I didn't. So I called a buddy of mine at the government records, and it turned out Monroe really is Tracy's real name. I thought if that part's true, the other parts must be true too. So we already knew that his name was Monroe from the paper, but I'm just going to write it in here too in case we want to look up, find him that way. So I made the decision to publish it. As I said, it was a gamble, but it paid off. Could you show me the anonymous letter? Of course, detective, just a moment. Here you are. Oh, is this going to be sent in by Georgia? That's very interesting. Okay, V2. All right, now here is our first moment, actually. So we're told to circle V2, but I want you to note that V2 has a little star next to it. Why is that? Because we've made a note that one of our places to return to when we have V2, which is here. So now we can go back and talk to Lawson. No, turn to the marriage records. Marriage or death records. It was our marriage or death records come back with V2. So let's put that on our to-do list. I'm going to have a little return list. So maybe we could look up their divorce now. But before that, we're getting access to document 14. Now, do you think this is going to be George's handwriting or someone else's handwriting? Neither, it's typed. Okay, document 14, we need to mark that we've got access to that. Anonymous letter. Surely this is going to be Georgia trying to ruin Audrey. Let's see. Mr. Editor, I'd like to give you a really big snoop about a famous couple living in your neighborhood, Sylvester Tracy and Audrey Seals. That's right, the famous stars of the theater scene in Manhattan. The big news is they're getting a divorce. Let's look for spelling errors here. We got Snoop instead of Scoop. It's a big secret for the time being, of course. Not many people knew about it, but I'm one of them, and now you're another one, Mr. Editor. I think you should report this interesting news in that paper of yours, don't you think? In any event, if you're not going to do it, I will send a similar letter to the Daily News. I'm sure Billy Jones would like nothing more than to print it. Finally, to show you that I'm not trying to trick you, Mr. Editor, and I really know what I'm talking about, here are some exact details about this divorce case. The petitioner was the wife, Audrey Seals. Her lawyer is Mr. G.A. Chrisman. They'll prove adultery on grounds of Miss Eloise Kellett's case, where she admitted the adultery with Tracy, although the discretion of the divorce court was exercised in her favor back in November. The case runs under the real name of Tracy, which is Monroe, so it is a divorce case of Mr. A.S. Monroe against Mr. J.R. Monroe, Mrs. A.S. Monroe. Her husband's lawyer is W.H. Clark. Sincerely a friend. How would Georgia know this information? Surely she wouldn't. It's not like Audrey Seals is going to confide in her details. And Georgia also doesn't really want this. She got mad at Audrey for getting her divorce in the paper, so surely she didn't do it. So who sent this? Start a new card for questions that we want to come up with theories for. Who sent letter to paper? You think the whole troop knows all these details, including the husband's lawyer's name? I mean, if this was in real life, your first theory might be that the person who knows it sent it, and that it wouldn't be crazy for the husband to write this. Although, why would you want, or maybe a better way to say it is the husband, this is all information the husband would know. The husband knows his true name. The husband knows who his lawyer is. Notice he doesn't say who the wife's lawyer is. He just knows who the husband's lawyer is. But Jonathan says, I think this lines up with an entry in the diary. All right, so when was this letter sent? We received a letter not long before the deadline. So remember, they publish on Thursdays, we are told here. Thursday. So in the paper, but it's not this paper, it's the paper from the 10th. So if Jonathan is right, this paper, this letter should have arrived slightly before January 10th. January 9th, 8th, whatever. So let's see if we can prove Jonathan's theory is correct. Well, here is not December, so it had to be here. So the horse stole my thunder. She couldn't help herself. So I don't think this is a letter that Georgia sent. She's furious that it's in the paper. She's furious that the paper printed this article. So obviously this letter is not from her. Right? That's obvious, right? It can't possibly be from Georgia, who's privately confiding in her diary how angry she is that the paper published it. So this is from someone else. But Jonathan does point out that I was too quick to say what was mentioned. Okay, let's write down the things that we don't. Do you think she's sending a copy to Billy Jones at the Daily News? Surely we don't. She says, if you don't publish it, doesn't feel like it's important. We don't need a second copy of this. So her lawyer is G.A. Chrisman. That was in the paper. I know G.A. Chrisman was mentioned in the paper, but then the husband's lawyer is W.H. Clark. The wife lawyer. This is the husband's lawyer. And Monroe is the husband. AKA Sylvester Tracy, that we tried to talk to and failed. So we found his house, so there's no point looking up Monroe. We went to Tracy's house. But we could go to the birth and death records now that if we want to learn more about the divorce. Who would send that letter? Who would want that letter in the paper? Would it be Kellett? Would Kellett want that letter in the paper? Or could we be looking at another rival in the acting troupe? Could it be that Stanley wants this in the paper, or Ada, or Arthur? Could it be that one of these women or men want Sylvester Tracy to stop messing around with girls, get him out of the way, a rival of his? That seems like the more likely case. Do we Arthur Baxter is involved in this. So what is his role? We know who he plays with Kellett, but is he the husband of one of these? No, that was a Vernon Taylor. In fact, we didn't even write down the husband's name, but we should, right? I mean, this might be someone for us to talk to. Vernon Taylor. We just overlooked this because it wasn't involved in our case. This is husband of Kellett. So Kellett cheats on Vernon Taylor and sleeps with Sylvester Tracy, and that comes out, and then Seals wants a divorce from him. Okay, that makes sense. So who is Baxter? Baxter is just one of the actors. He doesn't have a... Seals and Stanley Street and Arthur Baxter are just actors. We don't have any dirt on them. And Ada Bossy, we don't have dirt on her either. But Ada Bossy is known by our Lawson Hopkins guy. So we're going to have one more lead before we hit the evening and start paying demerits. But obviously we are going to pay that price, I think. I mean, I'm curious about the lawyers. I think it's time for us to take a break, but give some thought about where you want to go next. You want to go back to the marriage and birth records now that we know about the... I don't know why we needed to read that letter to gain access to births and deaths, but I guess it's related to that. We have not done any investigating on our collector case, but I guess that makes sense. We're more interested in Georgia Price. All right, give some thoughts. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I'm starting to have a worrisome premonition that our George is going to end up dead. That she's faked her kidnapping, but somehow she's going to get herself into some real trouble. Is that... Do you think that's... am I being paranoid? I'm not sure where the group wants to go next, but I'll tell you who I think we need to pursue Audrey Seals. Do we have any way to get to her? We got her lawyer. And what else do we know about Audrey Seals? Ada Bossy, Jonathan wants to go visit too. I think she's good. Jonathan's case for Ada Bossy was she seems to be tied to both of these cases, and that's fair enough. So I would put her at the top of our list, but also Audrey. Audrey Seals. Oh, Audrey Seals is the one in the play with Tracy. And I think we tried looking up Audrey Seals and failed. Amato is thinking the same thing as I am, that she's going to turn up dead. We do have a new lead on Audrey, a slightly new lead, in that we have her... we have her lawyer's name, which I would be inclined to follow up on. And if she's in the divorce, her notes could be in the office, the births and deaths. Where is our divorce lawyer mention? It's in our note about the newspaper. What's happened to my newspaper note? Surely not there. Boy, note taking is so critical. We made a card for questions. Oh, here. Okay, so Audrey Seals. I'm just gonna write down here her lawyer's name. G.A. Christman, but I don't think he's in the paper. I mean, I don't think he's in the directory. Didn't we try to look him up, or did we look him up and not find him, or did we not find him? Let me just look since I'm already here. Yeah, he's not in the paper. Let me look at this paper again from today. All right. Well, I don't know how to find Audrey Seals if she's not in the paper. I mean, if she's not in the directory. All right, let's see. The law firm itself was it? I don't see how it could be. It's not mentioned. So G.A. Christman for the respondent and W.H. For the intervener, which I think is the husband, Clark and Lodge. Okay, so maybe for Tracy's lawyer, Clark and Lodge. I wonder if the lawyer leaked it to the paper for some reason. Clark and Lodge. Well, let me add it to his thing regardless. Clark and Lodge, aka W.H. Clark. All right, well, let's follow up that then while we're on this topic. Maybe there's no entry for it, but if there is, now's as good a time as any. No, there's no Clark and Lodge, and there's no, but is there WH? I guess we're gonna look in cases. No, WH Clark is his name. There's no Clark and Lodge. Clark and Lodge, no. Unless I'm missing something. Unless I'm missing something, there's no following up with these lawyers. The lawyers are not involved in our case. Anna says, I can tell the exact names of the law firms in the new directory. Okay, let's pause for a second. Let's pause for a second. Anna is saying the law firms should be in the directory. So that sounds like maybe a directory bug, but let's just make sure we're on the same page here. We've got this information about the lawyers, G.A. Chrisman and W.H. Clark from Clark and Lodge. That's the totality of information, of names we have for the solicitors. We're given them again by the newspaper guy, but they're the same names. 3 names, G.A. Chrisman, W.H. Clark, and Clark and Lodge. So I don't see Clark and Lodge. And if I look up Chrisman, I don't think I see that either. Let me just make sure. There's no Chrisman. Okay, so I guess if those names should be in the directory, but you're saying they got removed, then you should let me know. So if Clark and Lodge should be in here, oh, maybe it's under law firm, I wonder. Law firm of Clark and Lodge. Okay, so here it is. So that's I think that's probably, well, I don't know. This is debatable. This is a very subtle entry, that very subtle issue, whether, well, we'll talk about this. I'm going to make a note for us to talk about. So this is in that very gray zone, and it's not been removed from a directory, but what it is that it's filed in the directories as law firm of. So it could be solved in a couple ways. Maybe you don't solve it at all, and you just say the players should know that they have to look it up in the yellow pages under law firms when they can't find something. Or maybe the solution is in my directory, I should treat this prefix as the secondary sort, and it should be under Clark and Lodge, comma, law firm of. So I'm going to make a note to myself to think about this. For our purposes, though, we can just write it here. And now, is there another one beside this that you think we're overlooking? There's a W.H. Chrisman. Okay, law firm, Clark and Lodge. It's a good tip. There is another one, says Anna. Okay, let's see if we can spot it then, and then if we can't, you can say. So Clark and Lodge, the other one was Chrisman. So let's see if we can find Chrisman going through the yellow pages for lawyers. Doesn't start with Chrisman. Okay, well, let's see if we can find it going through us. Maybe this is a good, this might be a good general tip. That, like, when you can't find something in the yellow pages that you think you should be able to find, but you know the category, you might want to take a glance through the yellow pages in case it's different spelling or that they've not got their name sorted oddly. Okay, well, I've searched through it now and I didn't find... There it is, Tracy and Chrisman. Oh, he's gone into business with the Sylvester Tracy? Okay, so we found it. Okay, so that was a good trade-off of giving us a nudge that we needed when we asked for it. So Tracy and Chrisman, funny, 48720. And then law firm of Clark and Lodge, 17014. So you can bet now, this is a really interesting moment, actually. There aren't that many lawyers, right? There's like, you know, a page and a half of lawyers. It's a good tip in general. If we've got the name of a law firm, it's probably a good tip in general to not put all your eggs in the white pages. Like, white pages, you can't browse a category. You have to have the exact start of their name or last name, and that's finicky. It's fragile. So maybe we need to embrace this as a general concept that if you can't find what you're looking for in the white pages and you know the business category, it might always pay to do a secondary glance through the category because that's much more forgiving. I like that. I think maybe we should even add that to like the FAQ for New York Noir. If you put your eggs in the white pages, they become yellow pages. I think maybe that's a FAQ white versus yellow. I like this idea. The rule book, where is the rule book? The rule book is here. A big chunk of the rule book is FAQ. Various discussions of ideas, tips, ways to think about searching the directories. This feels like something that could go in there. Especially since it's tempting, you rarely use the yellow pages. I like this idea. I like this idea a lot. So, okay, so let's go. Shall we go talk to these lawyers now that we've worked on it? Yes, I think so. Doesn't get us right to Georgia, but I'm not sure we can get any closer to Georgia other than finding these people. Okay, let's do it. Let's do one of them. I guess we're interested in the... I'm interested in Audrey Seals more. I guess it doesn't... I don't have a strong feeling about it. If anyone has a suggestion about a lead to follow to catch to find Georgia, I'd rather hear that. But short of that, I guess Audrey Seals. Clark and Lodge 17014. And this is going to be our 7:30 lead. Clark and Lodge. That's a really interesting moment we had with the yellow pages. I think that's worth really ruminating on. Okay, 17104. If you want to ask about a divorce, if you want to ask about something else, so we're going to need to put a return. Ask about something else. For our part, though, we want to ask about a divorce. 1435. I don't think we have anything else to ask about. 11435. Yes, we're representing the husband. Mr. Chrisman informed him about the suit in December, so Mr. Mr. Monroe hired us as his representatives. You knew Mr. Tracy beforehand? As a matter of fact, yes, he and I have been friends for some time now, so that's why he came to me right away. And what are the grounds of Miss Seal's claims? Infidelity with that other actress last fall, as the papers claim? I'm afraid I can't divulge that information, Detective. Is there a chance someone from your firm might have given a tip to the papers about this divorce? No chance, Detective, I can assure you. No chance at all. We would lose our high-profile clients very quickly if we started blabbing about them to the papers. I even told you more than I should have, but that's just because you're a detective and I thought it'd be best to cooperate. But that doesn't mean I would talk to just anyone about this case, let alone the papers. And we're circling Y2. So Clark and Lodge represents the husband? But the other name of the other lawyer is Tracy. How does that work? I guess it's just a coincidence that the last name is part of the his last name is in the, maybe we'll find out. So 30 minutes pass. It's now 8 o'clock. So now we have a choice to make, sort of. It's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is the end of the day, but we can go between 8 and 10, but we pay demerits. Let's just reread how that went. It was a little bit confusing. Okay, here is where it says how to do this. When you reach 8 p.m., we've already seen Jim. When you reach 8 p.m., your work time ends. You can work overtime until 10, ticking 1 demerit per location. At 10, we go to late night. Okay, so we want to spend that. Well, I don't know. I don't know now. I mean, you could argue we've had a big full day and we should call it a day and not take demerits. I'm not sure that we're really going to find Georgia, but I guess we'd really never forgive ourselves if we could have found her through these lawyers. But it does feel like we're not going to get her. Clark and Lodge was the husband, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Clark and Lodge is the husband, and Tracy and Chrisman was the wife. That's what we have written down. The part that's confusing me is that we wrote down that Chrisman was the wife, Audrey Seal's lawyer. But what's throwing me is that the law firm name is Tracy and Chrisman. So it's weird that Tracy and Chrisman are representing the wife when the name Tracy is the husband's last name. But maybe that's just a bizarre coincidence. All right, well, let's go to this other lawyer. At least we'll do that. Because we want to wait around till 9 p.m. and go to the play anyway. So let's head over to the other law firm of Tracy and Chrisman. Maybe our guy will ask that lawyer how on earth, if they're related to Sylvester Tracy. 48720. Tracy and Chrisman lawyers. I can't give out confidential information about my client's case, Detective. All right, but tell me this. How could this news find its way to the papers? I had no idea, Detective. Our firm's very discreet and effective. That's why Mrs. Monroe chose us in the first place. No one at our firm gave out any information about this divorce. I can assure you of that. Is it possible that one of the co-owners is Tracy? Is another relative of Sylvester Tracy, and that's how... But why would he leak it to the paper? I don't see how that helps him. X2 we're circling. I mean, I don't... It's hard to see how Audrey or Tracy benefit from it getting to the papers. It's got to be someone else. Tracy's last name is Monroe. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. No, you got a good point there. All right, let me not get hung up on... And then 30 minutes. It's now 8:30. Let me not get hung up on the names. But I think maybe... there's no motive for either of them to want to leak that to the paper. It's got to be more rivalry. But maybe rivalry with the husband. Okay, it's 8:30 now. And we take a demerit because we've gone to a lead beyond 8 p.m. So we're going to give ourselves a demerit. And I think we should take one more. And then it'll be 9 p.m. Then maybe we go to the Cherry Lane Theater. No return on that one. You got any ideas of a place you want to go to? Ada Bossy. Okay. Do we know how to find Ada Bossy? Ada Bossy knows Lawson Hopkins. That doesn't really help us. I'm not sure if we can go back to Lawson Hopkins. Well, actually, my entry about Lawson Hopkins says we can go back to ask about others. Let's reread that. 26183. Let's reread what he says actually about that. about what we can ask him about. 2618. So Austin Hopkins says, if you want to ask about his aunt, if you want to ask him about someone else. So I guess we're going to ask him about Ada Bossy, right? That is our plan. But Ada Bossy is in the paper. She's at GV69. 86260. So we could visit her directly, or we can try to ask Lawson about her. I mean, he knows her. Feels like, I think we got to do this now. We hit him early, but we've got two people we're really interested in. Georgia and Ada Bossy. It seems to me this is a good enough reason to go here. We don't even know what this is about, so I think we've got to go here. We want to ask about Ada Bossy. He knows Ada Bossy. I think I feel very strongly that we're going to do that. And then we'll go to Ada Bossy's place after we go to the theater. 7, 4, 5, 6. We don't even know. Well, look, we were right. Look at this interesting thing. If you had marker H1 in case 2, meaning you asked Hopkins about the Shakespeare Fellowship, which we did, go to 50965. Okay, so it's a follow-up. 509, but we were right. It was about Bossy. 50965, page 87. I could check if we've marked that off, but I know we have. So here we go. You asked Hopkins about Miss Bossy, who he met at the fellowship dinner. Yes, I remember Miss Bossy vividly. She was just full of life and dreams. To be young and fearless, eh, detective? I remember her French was quite good as well. One doesn't really expect that from a young actress nowadays, n'est pas, monsieur? Anyway, she mentioned some Parisian lady who teaches her French conversations once a week. I see. Okay, so that strikes a bell, doesn't it? Ada Bossy, French lessons in paper. So you remember that there is an entry in the paper. Surely there was, yeah. These cubes are work pretty well on this. Okay, so where is our French lessons? Learn to dance, piano, eyes. I'm sure we saw French lessons. Maybe they're in the previous paper. French lessons, it's in the previous paper. Tricky. The Blissful Aromatics Tea Room, Friday evenings. Oh, but we also have our name here. Okay, so let's do that. Let's write these down. So we have Miss Azima. And specifically, Friday at 7 at Blissful Aromatics Tea Room. Now, tomorrow is Friday. So that would be a natural place to go on Friday at 7. Jonathan says, good find. Okay, shall we try to look up, shall we try to visit Bossy in the white pages? Before we do, though, it's now 9 p.m. What have I done? Now 9 p.m. And at 9 p.m., we wanted to go to the Cherry Lane Theater. Does Anna have any objection to us going to the Cherry Lane Theater at 9 p.m.? It was a weird, it was a slightly confusing thing whether that should be a night lead. Cherry Lane Theater 39279. Okay, if Anna doesn't object, then I think we go to the Cherry Lane Theater at 9, and then we'll try to go to Ada Bossy afterwards. We still have time, which we should have time until 10 p.m. So we did another lead, though. So we've got to check off another demerit. We're working overtime here. Anna says it could be a night lead. You could go there now as well. I guess I don't want to risk running out of the 2 night leads. So let's go there now. You could go at 9:30. You know, Jonathan, it's up to you. Do you want to go to Ada Bossy directly now, or do you want to go to this Great Gatsby performance before it, between 9 and 9:30? So we probably still have time to go to the Gatsby afterwards. Maybe that makes sense if it's a late night lead. Let's do Jonathan's thing. We'll go to Bossy, and then we'll head to this theater as we enter our late night. So Ada Bossy's home is 86260. Okay. If it's Sunday, so we need to put a return on Sunday. 86260 Ada Bossy. We got a lot of places we want to come to on Sunday. Otherwise, no one's home. Where could she be? I have a feeling you've heard her name before. Somehow the Shakespeare Fellowship dinner comes to mind, but what is the connection? Okay, well, we followed that on our own. No note that 30 minutes have passed, but it would make sense that it has. I suppose it doesn't really matter. I'm going to advance 30 minutes anyway. Maybe Anna and I can talk about the fact that this is probably leaving off time for a reason that Anna is not specifically, explicitly trying to leave off. Maybe I'll make another note of that. Some entries, no time. For example, 86260. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, but it might be nice to address whatever that is. Okay, so we're going to go to the Cherry Lane Theater now at 9:30. I have advanced time for us because it feels right. And now we're going to the Cherry Lane Theater, which we recorded as Cherry Lane. We're doing that, and we wrote it down 39279. And this was the Cherry Lane Theater that was mentioned in the paper. So here is our entry to remind you If it's Thursday or Friday, 9 p.m. or 9:30, it's 9:30 p.m., go to 11592. 11592. Okay, this is, no, that's not right. Oh, it's a close one. Okay. Cherry Lane Theater, 30 minutes. So it's now 10 p.m. This is going to be our last lead for the day. And it says, my philosophy is if a lead is useless, it doesn't take time. Okay, that's fair enough too. That's completely reasonable. It's a completely reasonable thing. Okay, so this is the Great Gatsby performance. The show is still running when you arrive at this little theater. The usher says it's probably 10 more minutes till the end. They started a bit late today. How come, you ask the talkative young man. He's a very cheerful, tall, gangly kid with glistening black hair. The jazz band was late. Something with their car, I think. I see. Look around. What a cozy little place this is. Not like the Madison. It's a bit stuffy for my taste. Oh, you're a real fan of the theater, sir. You hesitate. Well, recently I've been around theaters a lot more than usual. Then you know, sir, a large succession of plays by writers like Mr. Fitzgerald or Mr. Rice streamed from our theater. Although before 1923, this place wasn't even a theater, but a brewery at first, then a tobacco box factory. Can you believe that, sir? Hardly. Is that the right response? Yeah, and in 1923, a group of actors commissioned a famed designer, Mr. Throckmorton, to convert the factory into a playhouse. It was one of the most groundbreaking experiments in the chronicle of the American stage. The downtown theater movement, the living theater, and the theater of the absurd all took root in this very place we're standing on. Oh, but you obviously already knew all about all of this, being such a keen theater goer yourself, sir. He looks at you enthusiastically. Yeah, you obviously picked the wrong answer earlier. Yeah, I've heard something like that. You start tugging at your collar. Phew, it's hot in here. I think I'll wait outside for Miss Skellett. And you run away from the chatty usher. Tick 2 culture boxes on your case tracking sheet. And then if you want to wait for Miss Skellett, which we do... So we're sort of at our late night lead, but we're going to count this as our late night lead, or as part of the late night lead. 79601. That was a fun little thing. 79601. Page 116. Okay, we're going to have a nice long conversation with Eloise Kellett here. 30 minutes go by, so we're at 10:30 in our overtime. 79601 is Eloise Kellett. And we're at 10:30, 10 p.m. The next lead will be at a few minutes later, the audience starts streaming out from the building, so you go back inside to find the actress. You spot the pretty brunette quickly. She's chatting with the band leader. Miss Kellett, do you have a moment? Where is our Miss Kellett? She's actually a looker here. Who is this actress in time? Eloise Kellett. Okay. She looks like she's in a good mood. Miss Kellett, do you have a moment? I'm Detective Lucas. Mr. Stamper told me I can find you here. She steps up to you at once. Jerry, why? What happened? Why do you think something's happened, Miss Kellett? She looks at you like you're a moron to ask such a thing. Because Eddie canceled today's rehearsal, and now Jerry sent a cop here. Okay, this was actually very relevant to Jonathan's intuition. Jonathan was saying, do these other people know something's happened to Georgia? And now we get our first answer to a question that I hadn't even considered, but Jonathan was very clever to think about. Have the other troop members been told? And how convincing is it when they feign ignorance or are genuinely ignorant? Okay, so we have to decide whether we believe that she doesn't know what's happening. So the detective catches her. He's like, why do you think something's happened? She's like, well, the rehearsal's canceled and a cop is in front of me. Obviously something's happened. So he goes, right. Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, something did happen. Miss Georgia Price disappeared. For real? Her voice is very skeptical. I mean, did you look for her at all the places she might be? Why are you so skeptical, Miss Keller? Don't you think it's possible Miss Price is missing? She seems less confident now. I mean, it's possible, yes. But with Georgia, it's some scheme or another most of the time. Well, when did you last see her? I saw her at the rehearsal yesterday, and I don't really have any idea where she might be. Did you ask her husband, or did you talk to Benji? I think he's the only one at Madison who doesn't hate her. Hate her, you say? So, in your opinion, everyone hates her at the company except Mr. Miller. Might this hate be grounds for some violent action that would explain Miss Price's disappearance? I have no idea, Detective. I mean, you must have already heard how awful a person she is. Most of us wanted to strangle her at one point or another, but I don't think anyone actually did it. Wow, this Miss Kellett doesn't beat around the bush much. And when was the last time you wanted to strangle her, Miss Kellett? Maybe last October when she persuaded Mr. Tracy to take back his cheating husband? Mrs. Tracy to take back her cheating husband. This should say, take Mrs. Tracy to take back her cheating husband. Why? Because otherwise Trace and I would have lived happily ever after? Don't be naive, Detective. Let's just call our fling what it was. Just a bit of fun. Trace likes women, and he cheated on Audrey countless times. Most of them she knew about, I'm sure of it. My affair with him wasn't that special, just more public, at least in theater circles. Okay, remember that Audrey's husband cheated with Kellett. That's how Kellett ended up divorced herself. So she's just saying it's not a big deal. The wife knew about this kind of cheating all the time. So that wouldn't be a reason to but this is telling us that Georgia Price was the person who told about the affair. We heard that already, so that's consistent. And now here she is continuing. As for me, I wasn't madly in love with Trace or anything. He didn't break my heart when he went back to his wife. My marriage with Vern was failing, so I sought companionship with someone else. That's all. And yes, the divorce was horrible and hurtful, but I'm thankful now that it happened. At least I can start over. And before you ask, not with Trace, even though it turns out Audrey is divorcing him after all. So whose idea was it to keep your involvement with Mr. Tracy a secret during your divorce, and how come it got into the papers? I wonder if it's the husband that leaked it to the paper. Wouldn't that make sense? That Vernon, Kellett's husband, is the one that leaked to the paper to try to punish the person that Kellett had an affair with, Trace. That seems to make sense. How come it got into the papers last week? She says, it was just common courtesy to keep the public out of my divorce. Just because my marriage was over, I didn't want Audrey and Trace to suffer as well. And I didn't even know they were divorcing until last week when the news made the papers. So I have no idea how the journalist got the info, Detective. Certainly not from me, if that's what you're asking. She's looking straight into your eyes when she says this. I think it might be Vernon, Kellett's husband, who wants to ruin the cheating Sylvester Tracy, who cheated with his wife. Maybe we can visit Vernon. Okay, so she looks us right in the eye. She says it certainly wasn't me. One more question, Miss Keller. Do you happen to know where we could find Miss Bossy? I'd like to talk to her as well. Oh, yeah, it's a good idea to talk to Ada. She's always following Georgia everywhere like a puppy. She's trying to imitate her voice, her movements, her mannerisms, although it doesn't suit her at all. But I have no idea where you could find her, I'm afraid. All right, Miss Kellett. I think that's it for now. Thank you for your time. Circle marker E2. That's interesting. That was an interesting conversation. I like her. I like Eloise Kellett. Straight shooter. It's also very interesting that Ada Bossy seems to be imitating Georgia. Like she's following around Georgia. Why? She wants to break into the movies? If Kellett didn't even know about the divorce, how would Vern know? Is he even involved with the troupe at all? Well, that's a good question, but what if Vern has the same divorce lawyer? I'm going to put on our to-do list talk to Vernon Taylor. Vernon Taylor, I think that was his name. I think that was the husband's name. Husband of Eloise Kellett. Remember that Anna is going to ask us a lot of questions when we finish this case. So we may need to be prepared to answer a lot of these. Okay, so we are now in late night. We have to penalize ourselves with another demerit. So let's go ahead and do that. At least one more demerit. Feels like maybe we went to 4, but I'll just give us 3. And now we're going to enter the late night period. So the late night, there's no special page for it, which I think mechanically it's nice to have a separate page that when you finish the day that reminds you the rules for late night. But essentially we're told at late night we can do late night leads. Are we told how many? The rule for late night says sounds like we could just do them. So we do have 2 late night leads where we get to follow through on our collector case and learn about the hired safecracker and the hired con woman. Hear me out. I think we should go find the con woman. A safecracker we know how to deal with by just knowing he's out there. A con woman we have to be paranoid if we don't ID her. Yes, but aren't we going to do both of them? It doesn't seem like there's a... I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But there are no really rules about how many late night leads we can go to. And I don't know if Anna intended us to take demerits for going to them. So I assume we can just go to both of them. But I agree, maybe when we go to it, it's going to tell us we don't have time for 2. So let us prioritize them. So the Village Vanguard was the one with Tilly, who is the con woman, I believe. So let me find our late night lead entry, our note page for the late night leads. Probably it's in this section here. We did these. We didn't do any of our Edgar Allan Poe Hotel Lafayette leads. Here's our 2 late night leads. Okay, so far I haven't been doing too badly with notes. Okay, Village Vanguard and Chumley's Bar for the Safecracker. Village Vanguard for our... That's fine. Okay, so let us look these up and go to them in the order that we think is most important. All right, Village Vanguard. We're in our late night section here. No demerits for late night leads, says Anna. You can do all of them. Village Vanguard 71524. 71524. And then Chumley's Bar. I'm just looking up their leads first. Chumley's Bar 82355. No demerits for late night leads. You can do all of them. I will correct this to be more specific, okay? It's fine. Let's go ask about Tilly first. 71524. If it's 10 p.m. or later and you have marker J, surely J we got, yeah, we do. This should say J1. This is something Anna and I are gonna talk about. I think that means if it says you have marker J, I'm assuming that means that Anna has actually written marker J, which she shouldn't do. She should write the internal name of it and it should replace it, but it's not a problem, but it's just more fragile to do it the way you're doing it. Okay, but we do have J1. That's where we learned about it. So we are allowed to go to 64132. Here we go. 30 minutes, which makes it 11 p.m. You ask around about Miss Tilly. Turns out she's one of the dancers. A waiter offers to call her here for you, but you'd need to pay for a private booth if you want to talk to her. It won't be cheap, ouch, but you pay. So the waiter sits you in a booth covered with red artificial leather. You feel ridiculous. If only the kid knew how far you're willing to go to catch this collector of his. No, scratch that. You hope the kid will never find out about this. A few minutes later, the dish appears. She's not so young anymore, maybe in her 30s, has heavy makeup on and a red wig. Her eyes are bright blue. She wears a tiny bikini and thigh boots. Hello there, you say awkwardly. Great, you talk like the kid now. Hi, honey. I'm Tilly. What can I do for you? She has a velvety voice and a Russian accent. You slip a banknote into her G-string like a real customer would, trying to stay professional in the meantime. Needless to say, it's hard. That's great. Really, really nice moves you got. So, have you seen a short, bald man sniffing around here lately? Her eyes give you a smooth, level look. What did you say, honey? Who are you looking for? Her dance moves suddenly pick up pace. She's in your lap now. You wanted to ask her something, right? What was it again? Things are getting more and more embarrassing by the minute. Mr. Finley, I was told he offered you a job a few days ago. She stopped suddenly and springs up from your lap. Shit. That was the wrong thing to say. You're giving the perfect imitation of a rookie here. But who are you? You some cop? Her accent is gone. She shouts for someone outside the booth. Jim, this fucker's insulting me. You catch a glimpse of a big bouncer coming for you. I'm going. You successfully avoid Jim when you jump up and hurry out of the club. You haven't felt that much shame for years. How could you screw this up so spectacularly? Circle marker T1. So our con woman, remember one of the questions we have is who has hired her. We don't know which one she's been hired by Finley, by the collector. Probably not her, but that's why we were trying to judge her reaction. But she didn't seem to react much, but she did get upset. I mean, she did react, but she didn't give away anything when we ask if the description of this man strikes a bell. Like, we ask about this and she doesn't have any reaction. The other thing is we should write down her physical traits, right? She's in her 30s. Heavy makeup, red wig, blue eyes. I guess the makeup's not really... She's a con woman, she changes her appearance, but blue eyes, 30, in her 30s. That's a good description. Yeah, the markers saying J or J1, that's no problem. We know what those mean now, but I'm just going to show you the better way to write that because those letters could change and you don't want to hard code them. Okay, now we're going to go to Chumley's bar and talk to the safe cracker. It's going to be a different kind of scene here. Okay, so it's a late night lead. If it's 10 p.m., you have marker J, 51766. This is going to wrap up our day. Here we are, Chumley's bar. The barman points at a table. It's now like midnight. Points at a table at the back when you tell him you're Jimmy's friend and looking for a Cracker Joe. He points him out. Wow, quite a big fellow. Flat nose, cauliflower ears. So we've got like a boxer wrestler here. Cracker Joe. Big cauliflower ears. The wrestlers get that cauliflower ears from their ears being pushed up against the mat constantly. Probably was a boxer at one point. It seems he's drinking rum, so you order him a shot first. You're not drinking? He eyes you suspiciously. It's after 10, so you're technically not on duty anymore. A brandy with champagne as cold as Valley Forge, you tell the bartender. Joe just shakes his head in disgust. He downs his drink. What are we drinking? So who the fuck are you, and what do you want? I'm a friend of Earless Jimmy's, you begin cautiously. That little shit. Oh, he doesn't like Jimmy either. Just your luck. Another round? He stares at you for a moment with a vacant expression on his face, but then nods. So you signal the bartender to pour you another drink for your companion. You've seen a Mr. Finley in the last couple days? A real short, round fellow, bald. He seems to think about it. Let's remember he's round and fat, this Finley, not just short and bald. Nope. You sure? He was offering a high-paying job. Joe doesn't seem fazed about that. Oh, sorry. He goes, nah, ain't me. I was talking to some other guy. He ain't short around, some rich bloke. A collector, maybe? A what? Collector, you know, someone who collects paintings, artifacts, manuscripts. Is collecting dough make you a collector? Not really. He's staring at you with glassy eyes. Looks like that's it. Well, thanks, Joe. Circle marker C1. Okay. Well, this was very interesting. Very interesting. Because he seems to be honestly telling us about it. And what is he telling us? That he has not been hired by Finley. But not only that, he tells us the high-paying job he was hired for. High-paying job. And he tells us about the guy who hired him. Not short, not round, rich. Not short, not round, and rich. But what else does he say? The most important thing. When he says that, we say to him, oh, we start thinking, maybe the collector himself hired this guy. So we say to him, maybe this rich guy's a collector? And he goes, what? And we say, you know, maybe this guy who hired you is a collector, someone who collects paintings. And he responds, is collecting dough make you a collector? So what is he saying there? He's saying he's been hired to break into a safe full of money or jewels, something that's going to be, that you want for the ability to sell it quickly, pawn it for money. So that tells me that, contrary to our first thought, it sounds like maybe the collector's middleman has hired the con woman, not this guy. And this guy might not be related to the collector. And probably isn't breaking into the Mark Twain safe. Jonathan says makes sense. Okay, that was a very long day. We went from 9 a.m. to midnight in the case, and it's taken us 8 hours of gameplay. Boy, was that an epic day. That was an epic day. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll decide what to do. I try not to talk about mechanical stuff that often in the middle of the game, but I think there is something very successful about having a dual case system. There's something very satisfying about having two possible cases that you can alternate work on. That is something that I haven't really spent much time thinking about, but I really enjoy this dual structure here. All right, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll wrap up the day and see what day 2 brings. I'm just finishing up my notes here. 1766, so we can refer back to them. These are our late night leads. And we don't need this one, but we are going to start keeping a set of collector specific note cards. We've got our Georgia note cards, which I've marked as SF for Shakespeare Fellowship, and then we have our others. All Shakespeare. The longer the case, the more the notes matter. The more careful you have to be about your notes. Who, don't need this anymore. Who sent the anonymous note to the newspaper? I am really curious about that. I wonder if we're not going to be able, I wonder if it's Vernon Taylor sharing a lawyer. I wonder. These are all. Okay. So I asked in the chat a question. We're talking about what to do next. We have some options, and I'm curious what people in the think. Jerry was the group gossip. That's an interesting thing. He would know, but does he have a motive? He might have a motive if he wants. If one of them was if he was in love with Audrey Seals, then he would have a motive to get her divorced. I wonder if we might take another look at that letter. Let's take a closer look at this letter before we end the day. I guess this is like our bedtime reading material in our bed here. Let's look. Let's read this with an eye towards trying to pick up a slip up. I want to give you a really big snoop about a famous couple, Sylvester Tracy and Audrey Seals. They're getting a divorce. And we were actually told when this was. We might want to we think this letter was sent somewhere around January 8, 9, before the Thursday deadline, and printing on January 10th. Okay, let's see. He says, and we're looking for language, we're looking for tells, we're looking for motive. The big news is they're getting a divorce. It's a big secret for the time being. Of course, not many people know about it. I'm one of them, and now you're another one. I think you should report it. If you're not going to do it, I'll send a similar letter. I mean, maybe we should if we really get stuck. He says similar letter. It doesn't say the same letter. So maybe we do want to follow up if we don't figure out who this is. Newsletter. Okay, anything else? I want to show I'm not trying to trick you. Here's some exact details. He knows the lawyers. So this would be an interesting little thing. If my theory was right, that it's Eloise Kellett's husband writing this, let's see how he talks about Eloise Kellett. He says, these will prove adultery on grounds of Miss Eloise Kellett's case, where she admitted the adultery with Tracy, although the discretion of the divorce court was exercised in her favor back in November. Not really giving much away. Now, we could find typewriter stuff if we find another letter. Okay, so I guess we have our answer to whether we should stop here today or keep going. And it says, please start day 2 now. You can't make me wait another real-life day. You played very short today. I wouldn't worry about lining up real... Okay, well, there's our answer. It's Anna's case. We're going to do what Anna wants. Okay, so we have finished our day 1, gone long. Maybe I need to start printing some extra long log sheets. It looks like I put away, oh no, it's down here. Okay, so we're gonna need a new log sheet for our new day. Take a couple of these out now, maybe. In fact, what's happening here? They're not all log sheets, they're campaign logs. How does this sneak in there? Throw that away. Okay, so we've got a new log sheet for day 2. This day is in the books, but we need these because we need to be able to return to these, so don't get rid of this. I'll just put this here. Okay, this is going to be our day 2. Day 2. This is our Friday, presumably, but let's go ahead and read the intro to day 2. Don't read that. I gotta switch this camera until it's ready. Okay, so we did day 1. It said stop until you're ready for day 2. Okay, so here is day 2. Anna says, I print these day logs two-sided. I should do that as well. I do have a two-sided version, but I don't tend to do that. But I'm going to start doing that from now on. All right, here we go. They sent the letter to the villager. Does that indicate they live in the village? Never mind, they would send it to the villager if the goal is to upset Georgia by upstaging her interview. Interesting. Surprised we didn't ask for that interview with Georgia just to be thorough. It's true that I thought we were going there for different reasons. All right, here we go. Day 2. Christopher Street Boarding House, Friday, January 18. You have lots to do today, but you dropped in on Brooke in the morning as you promised. It wasn't raining when you left home. That already cheered you up immensely. You updated the kid about the leads you followed yesterday connected to the collector and gave him the newspaper he asked for, which he's perusing hungrily already. So why do they call them apartments when they're all just stuck together? Asked the kid. Why must you torture me with these half-assed jokes? You sigh wearily, but he suddenly spots something in the paper. Oh, look, they're showing of Human Bondage at the movie theater with Betty Davis and Leslie Howard. I saw this one last summer when it came out. I really liked it. It's from that Maugham novel. You know, the one the brochure mentioned. What the hell are you talking about, kid? He's rummaging around through the papers you gave him a few days ago, which he put next to his bed on the nightstand. You know, in the museum newspaper brochure. The museum brochure about the painters. Here. Louis Ponder visited France. Blah, blah, blah. He shared a Paris studio with W. Somerset Maugham, who is believed to have used him as the inspiration for the character Frederick Lawson in his 1915 novel of Human Bondage. You see? Yeah, so it's a good movie then. Yes, very good. Maybe you could watch it later. Although I don't remember a character called Lawson in the film. I should watch it again. Wow, kids, steady on. The doctor hasn't even cleared you yet. Movie plans have to wait for a bit. His smile vanishes. True. And who knows how long I'll have to lie in this cursed bed. Now you angered him. Okay, let's just focus on our case, all right? You try to correct your misstep. Keep the kids' attention on the case and avoid any other subject. Right. Okay, I think I have an idea who our mysterious Mr. Finley is, so I'm planning to take a look around his apartment while he's at work. Maybe I'll find something there that can lead us to his client. Brooke gives you a disbelieving look. His eyes are as big as saucers. You mean you want to break into his apartment? Yep. But what will the chief say about this? The kid just can't believe his ears. Really, kid? Do I have to spell it out for you? What the chief doesn't know doesn't hurt him. But, Brooke, let's get this straight. I'm trusting you with something very serious here. This has to stay on the QT. You can't breathe a word about any of this to anyone, ever. You hear me? Yes, of course, Lucas. You can count on me, he says eagerly. Yeah, the puppy is over the moon. You're trusting him with something like this. I'll be as silent as of the grave, I swear. Okay. No need to go overboard. So what else are you planning for today? He's trying to sound nonchalant now. It's almost cracking you up, but he looks at you with longing in his eyes. If only I could go with you, Lucas. Yeah, but you can't. You still have to rest today. Isn't Dr. Oliver coming to check on you this afternoon? I suppose. Okay then, lie back and rest. This is your only job for the moment, and my job is to wrap up this case about the collector as soon as possible. But I promise I'll come back in the evening. It's time to start your day. You have lots to do. I'll see you then, kid. Okay, day start 9 a.m. Okay, it's 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Gonna end at 8 p.m. That's our end of day. Follow the leads, look into the police station before noon. So before noon, visit the police. We're reading questions? What? Follow a few leads, look into the police station before noon. At 8 p.m., your day ends. So read questions part 1. At that point, you have to present the collector's whole case with all the details and evidence. If you know who Mr. Finley is, circle the first letter of his real last name in your alphabet. If you have the correct letter, you can look around his apartment sometime before 3 p.m. How strange. How interesting. I mean, I don't know about this idea. Circle the letter. What if you've got the wrong letter? Then you fucked up your whole case. So I'm not sure you really should just say write down the letter of his last name, not circle it. Yeah, I get it. My point is that if the person guesses wrong, they'll be circling a tag that you want them to use for something else. So it seems to me you'd be better off saying, if you know who it is, write that letter down rather than circle it. But as long as we don't get it wrong, nothing bad's gonna happen. Okay. Yeah, it's Romeo Gant, so we think it's G. So I guess we're gonna do it now, but we'll do it with a different letter. So we tried to go in his apartment, and that's why we have this thing here. We already tried to search his apartment, and the game said, hey, if you haven't circled G, you can't go in. So actually, we're very confident now that this is that. So yeah, I think we're fine there. Okay, that's a nice relief that it's Gant. Looks like the whole thing with the Georgia price might have been all a bluff, that we had to solve it by today. Okay, I did want to write down a couple other things here. This crazy stuff that he was telling us about the movie, if we think that's relevant. So this kid is saying on Human Bondage. We already thought we might go see that movie, but he's telling us some information, like he's very excited about it. The brochure is about Malham. He says Human Bondage. It's from that Malham novel. Then he says there's a connection. Lewis Ponder, visited France. I mean, is Louis Ponder related to our case? Louis Ponder shared a studio with Somerset Maugham, who used him as the inspiration for Frederick Lawson. Is it a coincidence that we've got a Lawson Hopkins in our case? So Louis Ponder is the inspiration for Frederick Lawson. All right, so when we go see this movie, we might want to pay attention to that. And before we start our day 2 here, let's take a look at this and see if there are places that we know we want to return to. So we have asked him about this one, so we don't need to go back there. That was asking Lawson Hopkins about Addie. We haven't done this. Gant's home. So for sure we want to go to Gant's home. We know that. We have a Friday return at the precinct. So I'm just going to write this lead down. This is 77336. That's fine. We've got a Sunday, Money, Sunday, Cherry Lane we already did. So actually there's no more returns specifically for today other than the ones we've already got here. And in fact, Finley's apartment that we tried to go to, Grant's home, 53503. So there we have it. We don't need any of these. Oh, no, wait. Return Sunday, return and ask something else. So there is one more that we might want to make a note of. That's the lawyer. I'll just put this return to lawyer to ask a question. Okay, so my point is only that this information now covers all of the places we wanted to return to by Friday. We still have some Sundays in our thing, but at least we don't have to keep referencing that chart. And I'll just mark this as, well, where is our newspaper about the on human bondage? Of human bondage. Do we have a date? I guess we can just go to the Film Guild Cinema. It's not a live performance. Film Guild Cinema. Look that up. Just to write it down here and be done with it. Film Guild Cinema, 65588. Okay. Well, our day is wide open. We could head right into Finley's apartment. Shall we do that? French lesson. Thank you for remembering that. That's very good. You remember that. I was not going to. So French lesson, 7 p.m. So I guess I didn't write that down. Okay, 7 p.m. French lesson at Blissful Aromatics. Okay, good catch, Jonathan. Good catch. This is why I'm worried about playing this game alone. Okay, let's head right to the apartment. The sooner we get in there... At the end of this day, we're going to have to solve this case. At the end of the day, or when we go to the... Yeah, at the end of the day. All right. All right, here we go. We're going to his apartment. 7733... No. 53503. Okay, this is pretty exciting. This is pretty exciting. Five, 3503. If you have circled marker G26325. 53503, which sends us to 26325. Page 43. Okay, here we go. Cops just busting down, sneaking into this guy's apartment, huh? Victor R. Gant. Victor Romeo Gant's apartment. 30 minutes. It's now 9:30. Here you go, breaking the law again. You stake out the place first to make sure no one's around. Hopefully the kid really won't blab about this to anyone or you're toast. You pull your hat low to hide your face, put on a pair of leather gloves, and go inside the building. You pick the lock of Gant's apartment. Close the door quietly behind you. The place is clean and orderly. You move slowly, like a cat, so as not to disturb anything. You spot the study. There's a big desk in the middle of the room. The drawers are locked. It's a bit tricky, but you manage to open them with a hairpin. You look through the papers you found inside until you come across an envelope with a typewritten letter signed as the collector. Bingo. You hastily make a copy, then put it back where you found it. You look through the other drawers as well, but you find nothing of interest in them, so you lock them back, make sure you haven't left any clues, and leave as quietly as you came. What document did we find? That letter is by the collector. Okay, we're circling X1, and we're gaining document 3. Document 3. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Document 3. Are we excited about this? A handwritten letter from the collector. Dear Mr. Gant, an acquaintance gave me your name and address when I asked him about a reliable man in Manhattan. Posted Boston, January 4th. A reliable man in Manhattan who would be able to help me with a very delicate matter. You see, Mr. Gant, I'd like to retrieve something that should belong to me already. I think it is my rightful inheritance, just as all my names are. You don't know my real name, of course, but I'm sure you've heard about the name I will sign at the end of this letter. My problem is, Mr. Gant, and this is why I reached out to you, One would need to acquire the aforementioned inheritance by, let's say, unconventional means. I've heard you have a good connections in these circles where one can find the right person for this kind of job. The object I need you to get for me is a Poe manuscript titled The Sphinx. A Princeton professor, Dr. Parrott, will present it at a Poe Society dinner in Greenwich Village on January 19. You can find the details of this event in your local paper, I presume. We need someone who could infiltrate the dinner unnoticed and would, shall we say, borrow this manuscript from the professor. I enclose $2,000 with this letter as the first half of my gratitude for helping me in my need. Half of it is for you, and the other half is for your assistance advance. If everything goes to plan, I will contact you again and we can discuss the second half of the payment and the means by which I could receive this manuscript from you. Until then, the collector. P.S. Don't worry, Mr. Gant. I will know if the job was a success or not, because, as a matter of fact, I will be attending the dinner myself to keep an eye on things. That's so good. He's going to be there, but we don't know what his identity is. All right, so we know it's now about Poe, the one that we didn't follow through, but we know all about this dinner. So, the collector. What do we know about him? He's from Boston. We're going to have to reread our list of visitors. He's from Boston. That's a big clue. Okay. And it's his inheritance. Or her. Or her. Does the handwriting look masculine or feminine? Kind of ambiguous. This is now. What does this mean? Do you know what this? How do you read this? I think it's my rightful inheritance, just as all my names are. As all my names are. And he wants the Sphinx. And then he says, Dr. Parrott from Princeton will present it. And then he will be there too, January 19th. Huh. All my names are. It's my rightful inheritance, just as all my names are. Huh. You don't know my real name, but you've heard about me. I love how he's saying he's going to be there. Or she. Okay, that's very cool. Document 3, did I circle that? No. Oh, yes, okay. And that was a 30-minute lead. 30. Well, it's time for us to start chasing down all our leads. But now, we have our newspaper about the Edgar Allan Poe's birthday. But Here's the thing. This party is not happening until Saturday. So we can't go to that thing, but we can go to the Hotel Lafayette and see all the guests being checked in. But now that we know this is what he's interested in, I guess we need to read this more carefully. Mildred Sybil Boyle, we've talked to her quite a bit. And then they're all going to be at the Hotel Lafayette. Okay, so if we look at our notes on the Poe thing, we get this. So there's the guy with it, and then we're told about Thomas Olive Mabet, Channing Malek, Hiroshi Hialto, the Japanese ambassador. Now, it was Mildred Sybil Boyle who told us about these guests. I think now we need to reread them now that we know we're looking for someone from Boston. I wonder if we can't just talk to her anew. I mean, we're going to go to the Hotel Lafayette, but don't you think we should... Mildred Boyle is 58595. I mean, don't you think we should follow up with Boyle first to make sure we got everything about, like, are one of these people from Boston? We need to more carefully read about who's coming to this now that we know it's the key. So, Mildred Boyle, if you've circled marker X1, which we certainly have, then we can go to 25927. And let me just make sure we do this. 5898595. It's Mildred Boyle, who's now sending us to 25927. Okay, so we talked to her in the previous case, but we can talk to her again now. Detective, the chubby little lady is surprised to see you again, but she invites you in. 30 minutes. It's now 10 o'clock. Would you like to know more about our society's dinner? I would, Mrs. Boyle, especially about the manuscript of the Sphinx. Her eyes widen hearing you say that. The recently recovered Poe manuscript? You've heard about it? She obviously can't believe her ears. I'm afraid someone wants to steal it during the dinner. The poor woman almost faints when you mention this. Maybe you should have been a bit more tactful. Steal it? Oh my God. I have to call Professor Parrott immediately and tell him he must leave the manuscript at home. It should have been the highlight of the evening, but not when someone's trying to steal it. Mrs. Boyle adjusts her glasses nervously. What? No, don't call the professor. That's not what I meant. Look, Mrs. Boyle, now that we know someone's after the manuscript, we can prepare and catch the thieves red-handed. But I need your help with this. Although she looks a bit proud to have been Although she looks a bit proud to have the power to help you with this problem, she's not entirely convinced yet. I would only help if you swear to me, Detective, the manuscript won't suffer any harm. She looks at you with a grave expression. Of course, ma'am, you can count on me. You must have sounded convincing, because the chubby lady nods her head. All right, Detective, what should we do? Seems like she's ready to do battle with the bad guys who want to steal her precious manuscript. Okay, first tell me about this professor you wanted to call just now. Dr. Parrott, he's a professor at Princeton and a biographer of Poe. He was the one who found the manuscript at the university's archives last year. He arrives with the short story today. I was told there'll be a bodyguard with him the whole time. He's introduced as the professor's assistant, but he's really here to make sure the precious manuscript is safe. They usually keep the valuable manuscripts under lock and key at the university's campus, though they were very hesitant when I asked them to send the Sphinx with the professor. But my godson works at Princeton, and he managed to arrange the transport. And she adds nervously, do you think, Detective, we should tell this guard about the thieves? Not yet. Leave that part to me. First, I need to know what your plans are for the manuscript. Well, we want to put it on display so the guests can look at it before and after the dinner. That's interesting. Put it on display how? Well, we borrowed a pulpit from Columbia University, the kind that they use to showcase rare manuscripts, with glass on top. Does it have an alarm or something? No, Detective. Before today, it hadn't even crossed my mind someone would want to steal the Sphinx. Okay. Can I see your guest list for the dinner? Yes, of course. Here you are. You can take this one. I have another copy. And here's an invitation with the speakers' names. Guest list and speakers' names, documents 4 and 5. Thank you, ma'am. So the organizers are yourself and the other 3 ladies. What was their jobs? Okay, let's do this first. Wow, this is fun. Okay, so we've got 4 and 5 documents, which are Poe documents. Okay, let's take a look at these documents before we continue. This is pretty fun. Okay, 2 documents. We don't want to peek at this stuff, but let's just maybe we'll just do it this way. Okay, documents 4 and 5. Here is the guest list. Look at this long guest list. Oh my, nice. Okay, and then here is the speakers, the invitation. Look at this beautiful invitation. Oh my gosh. To celebrate the 126th anniversary of the birth of the great American author, 1809-1835, EAP, Edgar Allan Poe. The president and members of the Edgar Allan Poe Society request the pleasure of your company at its annual dinner at the Hotel Lafayette, Saturday, January 19th. Look how authentic this looks. Guest speakers. Okay, Hiroshi Halto, that's the Japanese ambassador. Thomas Murray Parrott, that's the guy bringing this Sphinx. Then we have Dr. Tobias Chase. That is a different name than we have. Oh, we don't have him. We have Tobias Olive Mabbott, and we have Channing Mullock, but we don't have Dr. Tobias Chase. Who's that? I wonder if he's the assistant bodyguard. And it says, shout out to Rob. He made the invitation. So probably that's the assistant bodyguard, I'm guessing. Organizers of the event. Okay, we have the organizers now who we've just asked her about. So she's probably just about to tell us about these women. While I've got their names, I'm going to put them down here. Mildred Boyle, Anisha Murphy, Willie Mae Harris, and Razy Drucker. Some creative names there. RSVP to the Assistant Secretary. What does this say? Tailcoat and decorations. I think this is the dress code, that you need to be wearing a tailcoat. Is that what that is? Is that a is that a dress code? Is that an official dress code from the 1930s? Tailcoat and decorations? Beautiful little invitation here. Tailcoat and decorations. Okay, so we're going to have to study this list. Let's take a look at this list. Let's finish up this lead, and then maybe we'll take a look at that guest list. Boy, that's beautiful. That was a very well done invitation by Rob. Okay, so we've asked her about the other organizers. She says, well, Lily Mae organized the flowers and other decorations. Anisha put together the guest list. Razy kept in touch with the hotel staff and picked the menu, and I contacted our speakers and arranged everything they asked for, like a bigger room or non-alcoholic drinks at the dinner, that sort of thing. Poor Eloisa Biangini, our fourth founder, is too old nowadays to help in organization tasks. You write down these things in your notebook. I see. I think I'll take it from here, Mrs. Boyle. You should do everything according to your original plan, unless I tell you otherwise. And please keep the information I shared with you a secret. It's very important. Yes, detective, of course, she says proudly. It's not every day she can participate in catching a thief. Circle marker B1. All right, B1. Now, B1 has a little asterisk next to it. So we need to remind ourselves where we can go back with B1. That was the Columbia alumni. So I'm going to circle it, meaning we're meant to go back to it and haven't. And I'll make a note at the bottom of today's thing. Okay, so to our founder list, I want to add this other person, Eloisa Biagini. Doesn't sound like she can even be involved, but for completeness, I'm just going to put her here that she's too old. And then Lily Mae did the flowers and decorations. I guess maybe we're most interested in the one who built the guest list, because she would be able to sneak someone onto it, right? So that's Anisha. Razy is hotel and menu. And then Mildred is beyond suspicion. Surely. But we don't really think any of these people need to be involved in this, right? It's so interesting that the case has shifted so dramatically now to this Edgar Allan Poe dinner. So let's take a look at this guest list and see if any name pops on. Now we know, don't forget, you don't need a safecracker. You need a con woman. So it's the con woman we're looking for here, who has been hired. So what we're looking for is our Tilly, the con woman, who we know is in her 30s, blue eyes. But surely she'd be going under a different name. What we're looking for two things, right? We're looking for the con woman, but we're also looking for the collector. Now, the collector's going to be there. I originally thought it meant he was one of the guest of honor speakers, but really that's not necessarily the case. It could be any of the guests, including a woman. Lots of women in this list. No names jump out at me. What would we be looking for? A fake name? A Bostonian name? Or a name we've heard otherwise? John says there's a Clemens, Roger Alfred Clemens. There. I'm not sure how that helps us, though. Interesting. So probably this isn't useful to us, but let's just imagine you could have the collector be like one of these eccentrics and he's like scrambled his name. So like you might look for, is there anyone whose name is an anagram of the collector's? Like look for any weird name that could be an anagram or synonym with collector, like some tongue-in-cheek, any name that jumps out as being particularly weird. I guess Clemens is one of them. All right, let me make a note for places that Jonathan is flagging as guest list question mark. So Jonathan says Clemens has caught his eye. Roger Alfred Clemens. I see another Lawson here, but Lawson was his first name. Oh. Well, this is like carving the chicken at its joint. There's nothing that jumps out at us. So let's just put this aside for now. Surely Hotel Lafayette is where most of what we want is, but before we before we do that, I do think, I hope you'll forgive me, for wanting to read our original lead with in case 2, where we heard about the guests of honor 5, 8, 5, 9, 5 in the second case. I want to see if she tells us more about the guests of honor. Okay, Dr. Thomas Murray Parrott, that's the Princeton professor who's bringing the Sphinx. Okay, Dr. Thomas Olive Mabbott, another authority, and Channing Moloch, well-known author and critic. And then we have the ambassador from Japan. Okay, that doesn't really help us any, but we did follow through. That's good to know. All right. Well, I guess we go to the Hotel Lafayette and start digging, yeah? We should read the article about Hopkins from the paper. I vaguely remember hearing about a relative that worked at a magazine. You are right that we should reread the Edgar Allan Poe article more carefully. Now that we think our case depends on it so highly. Maybe it was the article about Hopkins. Okay, let's skim these two. So here's the Hopkins guy, who we kind of like. Let's see. You think there's a mention of him? There's a mention of Mark Twain. We should also maybe look for any reference of Boston in the paper. And I mean, Harvard is in Boston. Mark Twain. I don't see any mention of Poe in him. Now let's take a look at this. Is there any mention of anyone in Boston? I have a very faint memory of a Boston reference somewhere, but not that we could ever find it. Wars, poetry, Mark Twain. I don't see anything there. Anything about anyone from Boston? We might want to reread Lawson Hopkins talking about his. Did Lawson mention someone in Boston? I think we need to reread the Lawson lead. I have some faint memory that he may have mentioned someone in Boston, a relative. Am I imagining that? What we'll do is, we don't have to do it now. I'm probably wrong, but I will make a little to-do note about it. And I'll say reread Lawson leads regarding Boston? Question mark. I have a faint memory that he told us about his aunt and he told us about someone else. There's a paragraph where it talks about Hopkins meeting a young poet. I don't think it probably winds up with Poe's page. Hopkins is too young. All right, well, let's just leave that for now. I think the clear place we need to go is the hotel. There's no getting around that. That has to be our primary source. And hopefully we haven't done these things out of order. And hopefully we didn't spend more time on Georgia when we should have been working on the collector. All right, Hotel Lafayette. Hotel Lafayette. Let's do it. Hotel Lafayette is 14250. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll visit the hotel and start trying to find what we're really looking for is I guess we've got two things. We're looking for our con artist woman who we've seen now, so we should be able to recognize her. But we also have to identify the collector if we can, who's going to be at this dinner tomorrow and is probably in the hotel tonight. If he lives out of town, he has to stay at this hotel. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. So Jonathan in the chat has a very interesting comment. And it has to do with the Boston connection. Remember that we're told this is personal to this collector. And I keep trying to rack my head and think about where did we learn about someone from Boston? And Jonathan says, we should reread the Poe lore. Did Poe publish a first book under the name of a Bostonian? That sounds right. That's striking a bell here. And it's very intriguing to follow up on this Boston angle. So if we look at our history, we went to the library. 13418. We could read about Edgar Allan Poe, Mark Twain, and Twain and Tessa. And we were very focused on Mark Twain at this point, just glancing through the Edgar Allan Poe stuff. But now let's reread our read about Edgar Allan Poe. 34750. Yeah, maybe I don't need to fold over this every time. Yeah, okay. I think Jonathan's pulling at a thread. Okay. Second child of David and Elizabeth Poe. Father died. Poe was taken in by John and Frances Allen of Richmond, Virginia. Then he leaves the University of Virginia. He takes the name Edgar Allan Perry and serves at Fort Independence in Boston Harbor. And he publishes a book. So I'm going to write down, he starts with the name Edgar Allen Perry, and then in the Army, May 27, 1827, age 18, okay. And now he's in Boston at Fort Independence, Boston Harbor. Fort Independence. And he publishes his first book, Tamerlane and Other Poems, attributed only to a Bostonian. And then he leaves and goes to South Carolina. Tamerlane. Okay, and then he marries Virginia Clem. So this is our tie-in to Clem. Virginia Clem. Interesting. The facts in the case of Voldemort, the Sphinx. So story with Voldemort. Remember that this collector is sort of a narcissist himself, and he could fake his name as one of these things. He planned to produce his own journal. Died in Baltimore, Maryland, 1849. Okay. So we've got some things to follow up on. I wonder if it's worth looking at that list again and looking for any hits on. This makes the Virginia Clem, Roger Alfred Clemens, probably not. Edgar Allan Perry. Might we have a Perry? Elizabeth Frances Perry. What's the chance that we've found a connection? Boy, that would be cool. And then Edgar Allan Perry. Where was the Allens? Yes, Edgar Allan Perry. What do you think the chances are that Elizabeth Frances Perry? Don't forget, we also have the other reason why this is such an intriguing idea is this comment. No, not this comment. The comment from the collector about names. Just as all my names are. Potential illegitimate descendant. Yes, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. How sweet would that be? All right, I'm feeling good. I am feeling good here. So let's go to the Hotel Lafayette. Look around a bit. What is our deadline here? What is our deadline? We have to go to the precinct. When were we told we have to present our evidence at the end of the day? At 8 p.m. questions. Okay, so 8 p.m. we have to answer questions about the collector. All right, so we've got a full day. Now it's getting exciting. We have a theory. Sherlock Holmes doesn't want us to be working on theories till we get the data, but we don't work that way. Okay, Hotel Lafayette. Let's do that. 4250. What do you think, Jonathan? How do you feel about this idea that it's Elizabeth Frances Perry? I think, let me tell you why this is so satisfying. We looked at this note that we noticed was sent from Boston and had this little weird comment about, I think it is my rightful inheritance just as all my names are. And we remembered that this was personal. And Jonathan remembered the Boston line, and I think this part about this statement that you could throw it away because you don't really make sense of it. We looked at it, we're like, I don't make sense of it. Now we have a theory. Now we've got a working theory that puts these different pieces together. This is a descendant that feels illegitimately robbed of their inheritance. I think it feels good to me. Feels good. Okay, here is our Hotel Lafayette. We could have gone here yesterday. We probably should have. Now, this is one of these things where, we don't have H. So we can't go there. So if Anna's here, I'm going to take a guess that Anna intends for us to be able to go here, or should have gone here. But I'm going to wait for Anna because we don't have marker H, but it feels like, I wonder if we wouldn't have gotten it here. Because surely there's nothing that should be stopping it. It says if it's Thursday, but it's not Thursday, right? It's Friday. Oh, I see. Sorry, my bad. Okay. So, but Anna, we shouldn't go here, is what you're saying. But here it says Friday if you don't have marker H1. So that's H, that's us. 31710. Okay, sorry, I was carelessly reading that. That is my downfall. 1701, and we should not mark that we want to return if we get H. Okay, but all right, I just want to make sure that we shouldn't go here, but that's fine. We've missed out on that. That's fine. 31701. We don't have H, so we go to 31701. Okay, my bad. Trust the system. $30. It's now 10:30. You ask the concierge if the guests of the Post Society have arrived yet. Mr. Chase, Mr. Babbitt, and Madame Sakaniski arrived yesterday. Mr. Mollick an hour ago, and Mr. Parrott just now. You look into your notes. One of those names doesn't sound familiar. Madame Sakaniski, you said? I thought the society invited the Japanese ambassador, Hiroshi Halto. Yes, Detective, you're correct, but unfortunately His Excellency was detained in Washington at the last moment, so Madame Sakaniski arrived in his stead. What's the chance that Madame Sakaniski is going to have bright blue eyes? What's the chance that Madame Sakaniski is going to be our con woman? All right. We should go right to her, right? Let's head right to her first. This collector could have enough ties to delay this ambassador. We might want to follow up at the Japanese embassy as well to see if he really was delayed by something, by an act of God, or if someone couldn't have pulled strings. But while we're here, let's do this. Okay, Madam Sakaniski, Shirley, 88006. 1038 8006. This is pretty fun. Okay, here we go. Madam Himari Sakaniski. And now it's 11:00. So time is ticking by. Madam Sakaniski seems to be a very intellectual lady. Face like a horse, she wears a traditional Japanese kimono. It's black with elaborate paintings in red and white. They depict Japanese houses, bridges, and cherry trees. She looks like she grabbed a curtain by mistake and called it a dress. It will be my duty to extend the apologies of His Excellency Hiroshi Halto, Japanese ambassador to the United States, who at the last moment was detained in Washington. Maybe you don't know, Detective, but Dr. Halto is one of the leading translators of Poe in our country. Poe shared American literary honors in Japan with Ralph Waldo Emerson, the American philosopher. The work of the poet was first introduced in Japan in 1880 in the form of summarized and transcribed collections of his stories. The first complete translation was done in 1890 when Dr. Ogai Mori published the Japanese version of The Black Cat. The Raven, the poem which brought fame to Poe and which was written during his residence in Greenwich Village, was the first Poe verse translated into Japanese. Since that time, Dr. Halto has made a complete translation of the poet's work, which is considered standard in the Orient. Tick to culture box and mark K1. Okay, well, we didn't spot her being an imposter. To culture and K1. Okay. And now we've got Anna's thing about these two, and these, it is Friday, so these have come in. Interesting. Friday or Saturday. Interesting. Okay, so who are we visiting next? I mean, we didn't spot her, but if she's an amazing con artist, maybe we wouldn't. I'm not sure. I feel like we would have been able to detect if she was not Japanese. She's not going to be able to fake her everything about her and her blue eyes. So maybe not. All right, well, let's start going down the list. We've got Tobias Chase, who I think is going to be the bodyguard, maybe. Murray Parrott is the presenter. Channing Malik, one of these are critics and stuff. Okay, so I guess we might as well do them in order. Surely we're going to see all four of them. I think we might have to leave and go to the police station. We're supposed to go to the police station before noon. I think we're going to have to leave here after talking to this woman and go to the police station because we're supposed to be there before noon and it's already 11. So let's head to the police station. These people aren't going anywhere. Okay. 77336. We haven't done marker H2. So, but it's Friday before noon. Boy, if you miss this, things go bad. I'm glad we didn't miss this. 49997. I'm liking how dynamic this case is with regards to time. Although I don't know what would happen. Anna, what would happen if the player missed this? Let's say the player forgot and it was 2 p.m. and they couldn't go here. Would that work? Would the case break? Oh, Mr. Lucas. Didn't you tell me you're investigating So 30 minutes have passed. Didn't you tell me you're investigating Miss Price's disappearance? I'm a big fan of hers. The secretary tells you this in an accusing tone as soon as you arrive at the station. What? She just hands you the new edition of the Daily News. On the front page, there's you. What the hell is this? You rush into your office, throw down your hat and coat, and start reading. What the hell? What's just happened? What has just happened? We're in the paper? Document 1. We still have a lot of documents we haven't gotten yet. All right, it's a new newspaper. We got a brand new newspaper. Look at this. A whole new newspaper. There's Ward Whitten, Georgia Price. That's us. There's some horse racing, the Yankees. Oh my God, we got a lot on our plate here. All right, let's take a look at what this is. It's the Daily News, not the Villager. How great is this case? Actress kidnapped, theater under pressure by Billy Jones. Remember the person said they threatened to send an anonymous letter about the divorce to Billy Jones? And here we have actress kidnapped, Georgia Price. Last night we received the shocking news that the famous movie star, recently turned stage actress, Miss Georgia Price, was kidnapped yesterday. The Madison Square Theater was told to pay $10,000 to the kidnappers by 12 p.m. Saturday if they wish to recover their precious star alive. Director Edwin Day immediately suspended rehearsals of A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which Miss Price is playing one of the leading roles, and asked for the help of Detective Lucas, one of the lead investigators of the NYPD's 6th Precinct. And there we are. Detective Lucas. Mr. Day became acquainted with the detective when he investigated the murder of Miss Amy Morgan a few days ago. The director works part-time at the school where the model was shot, so was one of Detective Lucas's early suspects in the Morgan case. Now, however, the former suspect has become a desperate client, wishing to rescue his star actress before the kidnappers fulfill their terrible threat. We must also assume he's attempting to collect the ransom demanded by the criminals in case police fail to locate the victim before her captor's deadline of tomorrow noon. It's conceivable that the actress's husband, Lord Alva Lytton, can help to raise the money for his wife's rescue or leverage his connections in order to avoid a tragic ending to this messy affair. One can't help but suspect that an English lord has many connections in high places. And here is Lord Lytton. And what will become of the play the Shakespeare Fellowship was rehearsing until yesterday? The premiere is still set for Saturday evening. Must it be canceled because this affair becomes a tragedy, or will everything turn out for the best in the end, as in a Shakespearean comedy? Will our real-life heroes rescue the damsel in distress so that she can appear triumphantly on stage as the beautiful fairy queen Titania? We at the Daily News are sincerely hoping for a happy ending. Now we've got an article here. Keep Moving, new play at the Belasco. And there's the Belasco Theater, which I don't know anything about. Takes about the same amount of time, 2 months or more, and money, $25,000 or more, to produce a good review as it does a bad one. What distinguishes the success from the failures is the quantity of taste and talent. On that score, the producers of Keep Moving, Jack Scholl and Max Rich, there's this performance that were mentioned. The producers of Keep Moving had poor luck. It is historic, but not impressive. Beginning with a hopeless burlesque of Gertrude Stein's Four Saints in 3 acts, the show proceeds through a series of wooden dance numbers, ineptly written skits, and patently derivative tunes. A vulgar man named Clyde Hager clutches a suitcase and scuttles back and forth across the stage, pursued by a policeman, until late in Act 1. Then, setting up his tripes and keister, he proceeds to vend his patent potato peeler. In another show, we might call Audrey Seals and Sylvester Tracy's performances adequate at best. But in this train wreck, the former couple shines by comparison. One can only wonder how these two came to be mixed up in this production. The bulk of the torch singing in the show is supplied by Joan Abbott, a pneumatic, wild-haired blonde with a cannonball delivery. She reaches her lyric zenith with a number called Mother Eve, which appears to have Adam's wife confused with her rival Lilith, more suitable for whistling Sleepy Moon. Learn to dance at the dance hall, and flowers for every occasion. Meet a Yankee. It's like pulling teeth to try and keep Dr. Louis Alfred Leggett in his dental office when the annual call goes out for baseball. Each spring, Doc turns to his practice in Gramercy Park, developed during the off-season, over to a friend, latches the door, and hikes off to the Diamond Wars. He's been doing this for a number of years now and admits he won't be able to settle down permanently among the community toothaches until nobody wants him as a catcher. Leggett is no callow youth as players go, the records showing him to have been born in New Orleans, Louisiana on June 1, 1902, but he put in all of the 1934 season with the New York Yankees and is hopeful there will be several more campaigns to come. As a member of the Yankees, Doc chiefly did bullpen work, what with Babe Ruth around, but he managed to break into 19 games, fielding 377 and batting .289. It's a dentist who played for the Yankees. Louis Alfred Doc Leggett. That's too strange to be fiction. It's got to be true. The catching dentist learned his profession in Memphis, playing semi-pro ball in Louisiana, not in college. In 1926, he signed with Atlanta, and in mid-season was transferred to Macon. In the fall of 1933, he was called in by the New York club, the Yankees. Leggett stands 5'10" and weighs 170 pounds. He bats right-handed. And I guess that's him with Babe Ruth. How cool is this? Oh my God. The history in these cases by Anna is so fun. Too strange to be fiction. Okay, here's another article about the Morgan Guaranty Trust. We don't know why we haven't visited it. We might. Here's the Jockey Club's 40th. The Jockey Club, 1045 Madison Avenue, Carnegie Mansion, received a certificate of incorporation from the state of New York on February 9, 1895, but the real genesis of the organization took place 2 months earlier, when 8 patrons of the turf convened in New York City. The 8 racing leaders, chaired by James R. Keene, aimed to create an association that would ensure order instead of the growing chaos of racing. They adopted a resolution that read in part that the purpose of the organization would be not only to encourage the development of the thoroughbred horse, but to establish racing on such a footing that it may command the interests as well as the confidence and favorable opinion of the public. Remember, Lord Lytton had a horse he was very interested in. The Jockey Club's primary responsibility then and now is the maintenance of the American stud book in a manner that ensures integrity of the breed in the United States, Canada, and Puerto Rico. The committee aims to safeguard the integrity of the thoroughbred breed and improve standards to help facilitate international trade, breeding, and racing. So it feels like we could check into this place to see if Lord Lytton is involved, but I'm not sure why that would help us. But here's another article about horse racing. Horse racing dream of payday. A few years ago, impoverished state governments in search of ways to increase revenues returned to the potential honeypot of horse racing. In exchange for legalizing betting on the sport, one state after another exacted steep taxes on racing revenues. The deal was mutually beneficial to private investors and government tax collectors and led to a 70% increase in the number of tracks across the country. At the racetrack, crowds turned up as large as any that had ever assembled to watch horse racing. People visit the track by the thousands every day, eager for the drama of a horse race. Horse racing, along with baseball, dominates the sports world. The horse's power and beauty and the excitement of racing undoubtedly attracts many to the grandstands. Another draw, though, is the possibility of a payday that promises relief from the tight clamp of poverty for a week, a month, or if a long shot finishes first in the big one, even a lifetime. Last article. The stroller. Kings are apparently merely folks when it comes to getting married. The other day, the stroller saw a facsimile of the official register for the recent royal wedding in Westminster Abbey. As far as the name showed, it might have been yours or mine, except that they were rather more processional, so to speak. The groom was the Duke of Kent. His name was set down as George Frederick Ernest Albert Windsor. His father's, King George V, was written as George Edward Alexander Edmund Windsor. The bride was merely Marina. Her father's, Prince Nicholas of Greece, was so badly reproduced it couldn't be read, but it occupied 3 lines and was also a family affair. There wasn't a coronet or a crown on the page, even in the space devoted to occupation. What does that even mean, that last line? There wasn't even a coronet or a crown on the page. What does that mean? Is this a little hint about lineages and names that is nudging us towards our theory? Let's take a look at this picture in the paper. The Duke of Kent. The Royal Marriage Register called to mind a letter which a famous stamp collector once showed the stroller. Like most outstanding collectors, he had a wide correspondence with notables all over the world, but this particular letter was embossed Buckingham Palace. It was from the present King George V, then Prince of Wales. It was dated long before the war, when the royal family's name was wedded. King George changed the name, you will remember, to Windsor soon after England went in. In those days, Prince George was a stamp addict and had, and perhaps still has, one of the world's best collections. So the letter was about stamps, but it was the signature that made the hit. It was G. Wetton. Ever since, somehow, the stroller has had a warm spot in his heart for George V. So this is a column by a guy, I guess, who goes by the name The Stroller. What's all this talk about collector? It was the signature that made the hit. It was G. Wetton. So, in other words, this is clearly a comment that he's not signing it signed Prince George of England. He's signing it G. Wetton as if he's some normal guy, normal everyday guy, instead of Prince of Wales. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, that was the police station. Okay. So we're continuing to read now. So we're looking at the paper. Is it true? You haven't even finished the article. Is it true when the door swings open, the chief storms in, waving the same rag you're holding? Like it personally insulted him. Which part, you ask? He jabs a finger at the page. Are you working the disappearance of this actress? You hesitate. His face darkens. You gotta be kidding me, Lucas. I find out from some 2-bit gossip sheet one of my own detectives chasing a kidnapping? He slams the paper against your desk. You got any idea the kind of heat that puts on me with my bosses? You raise a hand. Hold on, Chief. Yeah, I'm looking into it, but it's not the circus Billy Jones is selling. They asked me to take a quiet look off the books, and I turned up plenty yesterday. You better have, he mutters, then louder. Because as of right now, you're on it officially. No more secrets. He leans in. You find me this damsel in distress by tomorrow, or I'll be redecorating this office with your hide. You nod once. Understood, Chief. You'll find out where that little shit Billy Jones got hold of a picture of yours. Maybe his hide will decorate your office walls after today. Okay, so clearly we are looking for Billy Jones from the Daily News. We were thinking of visiting him already. He was mentioned in the other letter. And this is our Georgia stuff. Okay, so that was our required trip into the precinct where we've now been officially put on the case of Georgia Price. And it looks like we're going to have all day to work on it, but he wants it solved by tomorrow. So I don't know how this case is going 5 days. It's very interesting. Should we go back to the theater and get yelled at as well, says Jonathan. Yes, we should. Yes, we should. Back to the hotel, not to the theater. We got to go back to Hotel Lafayette, don't we? We got to solve this collector case today, Jonathan. We can't be messing around with this actress yet. We got till tomorrow for the actress. We got to solve this one today. I guess that's the same thing, isn't it? We got to fix both of them by tomorrow. But one we got to answer tonight. French lesson at 7, but we got plenty of time for that. I think we go back to the hotel. Don't we? We got to find our... We got to find our... You don't think... I wonder if we should try... Should we go straight to Elizabeth Frances Perry and see if she's in the phone book? I mean, this is our needle in a haystack. Elizabeth Frances Perry. Let's just see. Of course, that doesn't solve it completely. We still haven't identified... Well, that would identify the collector. But if it's from Boston, then we're not going to find her here. So if we're right, she's not going to be in the directory, right? Because if we're right, Elizabeth Frances Perry is from Boston. We've got a Ruth, a W, and a Walter. So I suppose that's good for us. Not much good. Do you really want to go to the theater, or I feel like we're in the middle of the hotel, so I feel like we really should go back to the hotel and visit those people. So if you don't mind, I think we should wrap up the hotel. Before we forget. Okay, so we talked to Madame Himari. I do want to go to the Japanese embassy. I guess I'm going to have to make a card for that. Japanese embassy or consulate to find out. I think that's a good way. If we have any doubt about the authenticity of this, then we should do that. But let's do the hotel first. I guess we just go down these in order. I don't see how we're not going to all of them. 88585. Okay, Tobias Chase. I don't know who this is. The professor seems at least 100 years old, maybe more. Yes. I've been a professor of poetry and literature in China, India, and England, as well as America. Can you believe it, young man? You would have believed him if he said he'd been pals with Poe when they were both young lads. And I'd like to relate some of the lesser-known incidences of Poe's childhood and student days at the dinner. I retrace these incidents' effect upon the author's later writings, you know. Yes. I'd like to tell of a visit I paid to an old belfry in an English town where Poe had lived. Dr. Hogue, the leading Poe authority in England, took me up into it. Told me Poe had been there many years ago. I looked down from the rickety top of the platform, and there below me was a black yawning pit, while directly over my head the huge pendulum of the town clock swung back and forth. Undoubtedly, this was the source of Poe's immortal story, The Pit and the Pendulum. Poe had a very vivid local memory. Yes. He concludes his reminiscence. 2 culture boxes and circle W1. 2 more culture. We're going to get a lot of culture in this case. W1. Okay, and then we can move along to Dr. Mabbott. 11155, and that was a 30-minute lead. So 88585, Tobias Chase. Now it's 12 noon, and we're going to Dr. Mabbott. 11155. Half an hour goes by. It's now 12:30 p.m. I reviewed the latest biography of Poe, the work of an English author, Dama una Popenisi, who stressed the influence of Coleridge and the young Tennyson upon his work. There's little new that can be written about Poe, but Dame Popenisi touches upon one of the least known phases of the man when she analyzes his literary influences. Pick one culture. And now we're moving along here. Nothing really very interesting here. Surely we don't care about this Dame Popenisi. That's feels like that would be too big a long shot. Okay, we've already talked to Chase. We've already talked to Sakaniski. It's Friday, so now we're going to go to Moloch. 30. Three, 7, 4, 3, 8. 3, 7, 4, 3. It's hard to know if we know enough about the Poe dinner or not. We think we know the collector's real identity. We know to look out for the blue-eyed woman. We know what they're trying to lift. It's true, we might know everything. It's true, we might know everything. But we don't have all the markers. The Moloch, this Moloch seems like an intellectual who wants to seem important by using big words and wrinkling his nose like he smells something rotten. Half hours passes, now 1 p.m. Had Poe written nothing else but the House of Usher, he would still deserve a high place among imaginative writers, in my opinion, but there is scarcely one of his tales in which we don't find the development of great intellectual capacity. With a power for vivid description, an opulence of imagination, a fecundity of invention, and a command over the elegance of diction, which have seldom been displayed even by writers who have acquired the greatest distinction in the Republic of Letters. Circle marker U1. I know that Lucas doesn't like this guy. He doesn't like pretentious people. Okay, our last thing is the guy bringing the Sphinx, Dr. Parrott, at 1 p.m. These people are pretty boring. Surely they're not related to our case. I guess that's what Jonathan intuited, that we are wasting our time here. But I feel like we've got to... I just don't see how I can not do these. But maybe I shouldn't be. Okay, Murray Parrott asks if we have marker B1, which we surely have. So we go to 28716. Okay, let's see if this helps. 30 minutes, it's now 1:30. There's a guard in front of the professor's door, just like Mrs. Boyle mentioned. Good. It would be embarrassing if the manuscript vanished before the dinner. You decide not to alert him just yet, otherwise they may not want to take the precious short story to dinner at all. Professor Parrott's a tiny old man with only a few wisps of white hair on his head. He has his nose on a book when he opens the door. Detective? Mrs. Boyle said you wanted to talk to me, although I'm a bit fuzzy on the why. He invites you in. I just wanted to ask you about this manuscript you're going to present at dinner. The Sphinx? Really? But what would you want to know about it, Detective? He looks confused. Great, another intellectual who thinks you're a complete moron just because your nose isn't buried in some dusty book all the time. You'd bet dollars to donuts these professors and writers would all be completely lost out in the New York night. You can't learn from books how to survive the streets of Manhattan. But you only ask, did someone try to buy the manuscript by any chance? Funny you mention it, Detective. There was actually an interested party who offered quite a large sum of money for it, yes. And who was this interested party? You hardly can contain your excitement. I'm not sure, Detective. I don't really pay attention to the financial side of things. Thankfully, the university has people for that. I just heard about an offer, and I was relieved when the university declined it. So, nothing again, but you press on. Haven't you just said the manuscript is worth a lot of money? The professor looks at you disapprovingly when you ask this. Princeton University needs manuscripts more than the money one could get for them. These items and the professors who examine them, of course, form the basis of the academic excellence of an Ivy League college. He lectures you proudly. Circle P1. All right, well, that's it. We've talked to everyone at the hotel and not gotten much information. Someone did try to buy it. I mean, it just confirms that we've got the right item. But, yeah. The House of Usher. They made a recent series about the House of Usher. I want to go to the Japanese embassy. I want to figure out. Let's go to Colombia and ask about the equipment they borrowed from them. Can you remind me about the equipment borrowing at Colombia while I look up the consulate of Japan? I want to see if that is our con artist angle. But maybe you're right though. Like maybe we should hold on a second. Hold on. They borrowed the display case for the manuscript. Hold on. Yes, that's how we should be thinking about it. How are they going to steal it from that display case? And it strikes me like there was this article in this newspaper company. I mean, this glass company. Glass tops for furniture, glazing, glass of all kinds. What's the chance that someone is trying to come up with a way? Like maybe they're pretending to be the company managing the glass stuff. All right, well, that's on our list. Let me look for consulates and embassies, though. Consulates and Embassy of Japan. Turtle Bay neighborhood 53358. No. No entry for Japanese embassy. That makes it less likely that our con artist woman is coming in that way. Should we go to the glass company, Jonathan? Herman Glazier. And then we can go to Colombia as well. Talk to the ladies of the Post Society too. Well, that's not a bad idea. Like, we're trying to find the interface, right? We know that there's a con woman, but we don't know what her role is. Like, what is she doing? What is she pretending to be? So, talking to the ladies of the Poe thing, they might be like, oh yeah, the liaison with the security is this woman. So, I think that's a pretty good idea. What about my glass idea first? Shall we do that? Herman Glazier. I like the idea of talking to the women of the Poe. I think that's a good chance that one of the other women might try to get in that way. Herman Glazier. One 5113. These are fun moments when you sort of feel like you figured something out, and then you're trying to... Okay, there's no entry for the glass company. That was an interesting, weird idea, but it didn't pay off. Okay, what would you like to do next, Jonathan? Colombia, you want to check out the Poe ladies, what? Errata, there should be a consulate of Japan lead here as well, but you can look it up in case 2. Okay, so let's look up consulate of Japan in case 2. 53358, but surely it's not going to be important if we can look it up in case 2. His Excellency Hiroshi Halto is one of the leading translators of Edgar Allan Poe in our country. He's in Washington, D.C. at the moment. He'll be back on Friday night. Okay, but he's not really going to be back on Friday night, so that's useless to us, but that's okay. That's fine. That just confirmed it was not important. Okay, Jonathan says let's go back to Colombia. We're looking for Columbia University. I remember it was here. And administration. 47206. And it's 130. 206. (7206) was if we want to ask not about Aunt Dorothy, but something else. We've circled B1, so we are allowed to read it. So the first time we came here, we weren't allowed to read this because we didn't have B1. But now we do. So now we can read 19578. Very interesting. What is this lead going to be about? Oh, this was the pedestal that Jonathan was remembering and I forgot. So Mildred Boyle said she was getting the pedestal from Columbia. Okay, this could be important. Yes, Mrs. Boyle borrowed a pedestal from us for the Poe dinner. We used these pedestals in our library to showcase a few of our oldest manuscripts under the protection of a glass cover, but we don't have locks or alarms on these covers because our librarians and the guard at the entrance have been enough to protect these books until now. I guess the students and professors who use our library haven't turned to the path of crime yet. Half hour have passed, so it's 2 p.m. Okay, so now if you were to theorize how they were going to steal this book, I think it would be fairly straightforward kind of idea, right? They're going to have it under this glass that's got no protection. And as Jonathan says right here, that we've just gotten confirmed that it's not hard to steal. So probably we're looking at like a turn off the lights, knock something over, distraction. Maybe you just create a distraction that directs everyone's attention, a huge flame, something's falling over, a fight, everyone looks away, you just take off the glass and you steal it. So it may be that there's no other planning involved other than this con woman is going to... You'd think you'd need to work with someone else, but maybe she sets a fire, she does something to distract, and then she's just going to steal it and leave. So it might be simply that we are not going to get evidence of a deeper plan, right? If it was under some... If it was under some secret plan, then if it was requiring some very delicate plan, then you might look for evidence of that plan. Like if someone needed 5 men to rob it, to shoot their way out, then we could be looking for those 5 people. But this feels like it could be a very low-tech solution. Jonathan has an interesting idea. What if you could swap it? What if you plan to swap it so they would never even know it was stolen? I like that idea. But what would you do then? You'd have to what? Make a fake one? That's a little... I don't know where we would go for that. Do we have anything in our paper that would point us towards... I mean, we have a bunch of paper stuff we haven't finished reading. Got a lot more to do. What about this? Jonathan, what about this? Following up on your ideas of swapping it. Boston book cloth. Like we looked at that, we saw that earlier. Very weird kind of company. But if Jonathan's right that someone's trying to swap this, I wonder if that might be a clue about where you would get it. If there's no entry, then there's no harm. Holiday, Hollowfield. Holliston Mills. Holliston Book Cloth. Holliston Mills Inc. That's it. Holliston Mills Inc. 64435. Interesting. 4435. What's the odds of this? It'll be good teamwork if it is. 64435. Nope. Boy, that felt good to me. When we found it in the directory, I started to hope. Holliston Mills 64435. 64435. No, it's a good try though. There's a lot of that in this case, but that's what police work is about. All right, the Poe ladies in charge of decorations. Let's do it. We have to take a break first though. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. YouTube says still 10 viewers. It's 3 a.m. here, approaching 5 hours in this session. Really quite a compelling case. We were talking in the chat about when to end this session. And Jonathan and I have been debating about how much information can we expect to get about this Poe dinner? Do we have enough in order to tell the cops to look out for this woman with blue eyes? I don't think we have enough, but if we know they're going to rob it and we know the identity of the collector, maybe that's enough. We just keep a closer eye on it. But one disguise is interesting. We can go to a costume shop, but we don't know what she's trying to disguise herself. So, but the other thing is, should we be focusing on our missing kidnapped woman, or should we be focusing on the Edgar Allan Poe thing? Georgia Price. Yesterday was all about Georgia Price. Today has been mostly about Poe, the Edgar Allan Poe collector thief. Jonathan is suggesting let's just finish the Poe leads of the ladies that are volunteering, and then maybe we'll call it a day. Okay, so here is our list. Mildred Boyle. And what I'm hoping is that one of these is like, oh yeah, there's a woman I'm working with. And then that will be our con artist, but we don't know. But you said the flowers and decorations woman first. The guest list person seems the most likely to have information for us. Like if we're lucky, she'll say Elizabeth is new on the list or something. I don't know. Hotel menu, that could be another one. All right, I guess we're going to go to all of these. So why don't I just look up the leads of all of them, and then we'll go from there. All right. So who are we looking for? Anisha Murphy first. Murphy, Anisha, here she is. 84167. Okay, Lily Mae Harris. I have to say, not to toot my own horn, but I am well known for patting myself on the back. These directories are really working quite well. They're quite enjoyable to use. Everything about them, just physically, they work well. They're easy to navigate. They're clearly all of this stuff. I forget what these are called. But everything seems to be working pretty well, actually. Lily Mae Harris, Lily Mae Harris, here she is. Also in Greenwich Village, 53771. This is really, this sets of cases by Anna are love affairs to Greenwich Village. Drucker, now we have this weird named person, Drucker. Razy Drucker. Is that someone's real name? Is she really in the directory? Do we really have someone named Razy Drucker? What is her ethnicity? Look at all these draws. What the hell name is that? Drucker Razy. Lives on Waverly Place. 75301. And then we have this woman who's too old to be involved, but I'm going to look her up anyway while we're here. While we're looking up names. Be a genie. Elisa Biagini. She's too old to be involved. We're told 46038. Okay, we have our leads. We've already talked to Mildred Boyle, so now it's just a matter of knocking on doors. You got one you want to go to first? I think I'm interested in the guest list woman first. 84167, it's 2 p.m. Do we have an entry for 84167? Yes, we do. Page 120. Okay, marker B. Yes, we do. So 83248. Anisha Murphy, 30 minutes. Nice long lead here. Miss Murphy's very surprised to see a detective, but after you tell her Mrs. Boyle sent you, she's ready to help in any way she can. I'm told you were the one putting together... Oh, we're asking this. I'm told you're the one putting together the guest list for the dinner. Anything unusual there, like last-minute changes? I don't even know where to begin, Detective. This year was just awful in that regard. Half of the guests were canceling their seats at the last minute, for example. What an inconsiderate thing to do, don't you agree, Detective? People must know how much work goes into an event like this, so changing things, especially in the last few weeks, involves a lot of inconvenience for a lot of people. Could you be a little more specific? Who are the people? Who are the ones who canceled, and who are the new additions to the guest list? You know what? Here's the list from Mrs. Boyle. You can mark the changes on this. Of course, Detective. Let's see. I think I'll underline the guests who weren't on my original list for you, and oh no, there are still mistakes in this list. I can't believe this. I thought I'd already given the latest version to Mildred. It seems I was wrong. I'll correct the other mistakes as well. Here, I hope you'll find this helpful, Detective. Yes, thank you for your help, Miss Murphy. Okay, this is wonderful that we got that guest list, and now we're getting a revised, fixed guest list because we've checked with this woman. Boy, do I love that. Okay, so let us see the revised list. Love it. This is so good. The care that went into this. Occasionally you get a document and you just love it. So what we're hoping for is that, let me see if she continues here. Circle marker Z1. So I almost missed that. But let's do that. Let me circle marker Z1. Ah, you gotta love it. All right, let's compare. Let's compare the guest list. Let's see what we got here. So this is the corrected list. And what did she say she was going to do? Like she's underlined them. What does the underlining mean? I think I might have moved on from that page, but we kind of need to know this. 83248, which sent us to 3248. She says, what does she say? Can you mark the changes? I'll underline guests who weren't on my original list. Okay, so underlined equals new. All right, so what we're really hoping for, we have a person of interest. We're really hoping that that person is still on the list and is a new addition. It's Elizabeth Francis Perry. Let's see if we've just gone on a wild goose chase. That's a good sign. She's a new addition. That's a good sign. She's still on the list and she's a new addition. Let's see who else is a new addition. Zachary Brown is replacing Amos Atwater. My oldest and dearest friend, Zachary Brown, has made an appearance somehow. Amos is off. Eldon Algernon is off. Solomon and Philip were newish additions. These are all new additions. So we've got people who were supposed to come, they thought were coming, but got replaced. Now, one of these is the collector, but one of these could be also our con artist woman, right? She has to get in here somewhere too. So it should be one of these new people could also be our con artist woman. So I think this might actually be useful. Like, this is our collector. And I wonder if we shouldn't be looking for someone last minute replacement. So I wonder if the most likely con artist woman is like Louise Heath. How do you feel about that reasoning? Like, he's only hired this, the collector woman, who we think is Elizabeth Perry. She would have some advance notice. But the con artist has got to be last minute, finagle your way in. That would make them more likely to be a last minute replacement. There's only one woman. What do you think about that idea, Jonathan? Is it most likely that Elizabeth is our collector? And is it most likely that Louise Heath is our last minute con artist woman? Jonathan says it seems plausible. It's not a glowing endorsement, but okay, that's amazing, that document. That's like I got to make sure I don't get too distracted talking about cases before we play them, but this is what we wanted. Like, you're making these Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases, trying to elevate them. Here we have full documents like you would expect in a cold case dossier game. That's just wonderful. That was our guest list woman. Okay, now Jonathan wanted to go to the flowers and decorations woman, which was Lily Mae Harris at 2:30. This is Anisha guest list, and now we're headed to Lily Mae, who's in charge of flowers and decorations. And she is 53771, if I'm reading my own handwriting correctly, which is a shot in the dark. Okay, marker B, which we have, so we get to read 39234. All right, so we're talking to Lily Mae Harris. 30 minutes goes by. It's now 3 p.m. And we've got a big, long lead talking to her. 3 p.m. The day is ticking by, though. We're running out of time to find Georgie. Miss Harris, I'm Detective Lucas from the NYPD. Mrs. Boyle sent me. I need to talk to you about the Poe dinner. This lady doesn't seem so old, maybe around 40. She's almost pretty with her shiny brown hair and light freckles around her nose. And she has lovely legs. You would say that for her? You would say that for her. Really? How curious. Come in, Detective. Come in. Coffee? No, thanks. Then how can I help you, Detective Lucas? How does she know our name? Oh, we said it here. She looks directly into your eyes, a bit unnerving. I was told you were the one in charge of flowers and decorations for the dinner. That is correct. Did anything unusual happen? Unusual? I don't think so. Well, lots of last-minute changes. Nothing unusual about that, I'm afraid. That's how these things go. Especially with the flowers. It's a bit unpredictable in January, you know. Florist told me if I insisted only on color and not specific flowers, she could make some arrangements. Otherwise, well, she spreads her arms. And what color did you insist on? White. I'm sad to say, Mildred wouldn't want anything gaudy. I'd have preferred red flowers, cold color of passion and danger. I think that would suit Poe much more than plain white. But I was outnumbered. When Mildred expresses a strong opinion about something, Anisha and Razy never oppose her. And did you work with Reinhardt's flower shop? Look at you, Detective, knowing your flower shops. Are you wooing lots of ladies with flowers? Miss Harris's brown eyes twinkle mischievously. Wait, is she trying to flirt with you? I don't pay you enough for this sort of thing. No, nothing like that. I actually hate flowers. They give me hay fever. Never bought a single one of the cursed things in my entire life. Yeah, you need to nip her flirty thoughts in the bud. Why is that? Why do we not want to flirt with her? What a shame, Detective. I adore flowers. Their beauty, their smell, it's like poetry. Not Mr. Poe's poetry, perhaps, but still. Returning to the flower shop, which one did you use? The Greenwich Village flower shop. I know the owners, a great young couple. I always order flowers from them. So, no changes there. No, I'm afraid. Anything else you could tell me? Well, a few topics spring to mind, but if you mean about the dinner, then no, Detective Lucas. I'm afraid I have nothing else to say. Thank you, Miss Harris. You raise your hat hastily and you're out the door like a shot. Why doesn't he want to flirt with this woman? Okay, so she's mentioned another flower shop. Does that have any interest to us? I guess we're going to write it down. Why? How could it be relevant? How could the Greenwich Village flower shop be relevant to our case? Well, I mean, I'll give you a proposal that seems unlikely, but possible. Let's say they order, 100 bouquets of white flowers. Well, this woman is not gonna carry them in herself. So maybe they hire the flowers and they say, we need you to deliver them and set them up around the glass display. And so the flower shop could theoretically say something like, oh yeah, a new woman got hired last week, a delivery woman. She's going to be in charge. It seems unlikely, but it's possible. Okay, let's go to the crazy named woman, Razy Drucker, who liaisons with the hotel. I'm quite interested to see if she has any information for us. So it should be 3 p.m. now, and we're going to go to 75301. And that is going to send us to 88290. I like how we're having nice conversations with each of these women, like full conversations, not like one little sentence, but full conversations. A tall older lady opens the door. Her look is very strict. It reminds you of your old first grade teacher, Miss Hakinski. Ugh, you don't like to be reminded of her. Hello, Miss Drucker. I'm Detective Lucas from the NYPD. Mrs. Boyle sent me here to ask you about the Poe dinner. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who kept in touch with the hotel staff and picked the menu. Yes, that's right. Is there a problem with the menu, Detective? Well, not with the menu, no. But I'd like to know if something unusual has happened lately. Maybe last-minute changes in the staff, that sort of thing. I don't know what to tell you, Detective. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, and I know of, but to tell the truth, I'm not really the one dealing with the staff at the hotel. I just tell Mr. Jones, the hotel's manager, how many guests we're expecting. He's the one who deals with the waiters and waitresses after that, so if there were any changes in the staff, he would be the one to know. Thank you, Mrs. Drucker. Miss Drucker, circle Y1, and now we can go talk to Mr. Jones. That's interesting. It's 3:30, a half hour past. I guess we're going to talk to Mr. Jones, surely. 35018. Okay, this might be our best shot here. Hotel liaison. 35018. Okay, 30 minutes. It's now 4 p.m. We're losing time in the day, that's for sure. Okay, Mr. Aloysius Jones. You tell Mr. Jones you want to talk to him about the Poe dinner and the staff he will provide for the occasion. Here we go. We could get our woman here. Yes, it's my responsibility to deal with the staff. What do you want to know, Detective? Did anything unusual happen in the last few days? Any last-minute changes, perhaps? As a matter of fact, yes. Yesterday, one of our waitresses said she won't be able to make the Poe dinner because of some urgent family obligations, so I had to ask Rapid Staffing Services to send me a waitress, as we need the whole staff for that dinner. And did they send one? Yes, I've interviewed her already. She seems all right, has the required recommendations, so I hired her for the evening. Can I speak to her? I don't think she's here yet. Our dinner staff arrives maybe 2 hours or so before the dinner starts. Well, what about the original waitress? Miss Vaughn? She's not on duty today, I'm afraid. Then can you give me her full name and her address, and the name and address of the new waitress as well? Just a moment. Yes, here it is. Our employee is Nathania Vaughn. Her address is 73 Charles Street. The temp we hired is Pearl Ramsey. She lives at 237 West 4th Street. You jot this down in your notebook. Could you describe the appearance of this temp, Mr. Jones? Describe it? Well, nothing special. Average height and weight, brown hair, around 30 years old. Did you notice anything unusual about her? An accent, perhaps? An accent? No, I didn't notice an accent or anything unusual. What about her eyes? Her eyes? The manager looks at you like you're some kind of pervert for asking such a question. Yes, Mr. Jones, what color were her eyes? You're almost speaking in syllables now. Blue? Yes, I think they were blue. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Oh, what a note to end on. We found our woman, as I thought we would. I did think there was going to be more for us to figure out. And I think we got her. I think we're going to be able to wrap up this case, this collector case. All righty, well done. So, we've got Nathania Vaughn is the original waitress. Well, we found our con woman. And we've got an address here. 73 Charles Street. And the temp is Pearl Ramsey, 237 West 4th Street. We've got 30 years old, which is about the age of our woman. Our woman is in her 30s, but it's reasonable. Our girl had a wig, so the hair doesn't help us. But it does help giving a description for the police, and blue eyes. Now, there's one more detail here. There's one more detail that we don't want to overlook if we want to be thorough, which is that we were also told about the temp agency, Rapid Staffing Services. So, I mean, I think we've got our woman, but if we wanted to follow up, like we may not be able to find her. This could be a fake address, but maybe this temp agency would lead us there. Okay, while we're here, let's just look up the lead numbers for these people. So if we want to talk to, if we want to talk to Vaughn, the original woman, and find out why she's called off, there she is, 50997. And now let's see if Pearl Ramsey is actually in the book. I wouldn't be so surprised if she wasn't. Well, she is. There is Pearl Ramsey, 71704. And then Rapid Staffing Services. Where is this Pearl Ramsey? GV48. Okay, and then Rapid Staffing Services. If we wanted to try to find that, it's in Lincoln Square, 41313. Not sure it's worth us chasing that down, but I think we got our con woman. Maybe her real name if she's in the directory, or she could be using someone else's name. You can knock on that door and that person could be like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I'm a typist. I'm not a waitress. I'm 80 years old. I don't know who's using my name. Well, what do you want to do? You want to call it an end here? You want to visit Pearl? Let's visit Pearl, since Jonathan still got energy to do it. Okay, here we go. We're not. You want to visit the original first? Lead up to Pearl. It seems like if we're gonna do this, we might do them in order. I kind of want to hear the story, even though we don't have that much time, though. All right, let's visit Pearl. Feels like we should visit the original, but maybe we're worried about our main case. Or case of our actress. 71704. Time is a bit of an issue, yeah. Okay, 71704. What did I say? What did I say? It turns out Miss Ramsey's a very old lady, well over 100 by the looks of it, who lives with at least 20 cats. Why, no, I don't know anyone by that name. Not many people visit nowadays. Everyone's so busy, with especially the young ladies. No more sitting at home and embroidering something nice for the household. Nothing like that. They go out at any time of the day, and they don't even need a chaperone anymore. They can do anything. They can do anything they want. If my late mother could see this, I don't think she'd like it. Not a bit. What? Blue eyes? Oh, yes, I have blue eyes. But unfortunately, you can't see it anymore from my cataracts. But you can believe me when I'm telling you there was not a young man in our neighborhood who wouldn't compliment my eyes when I was a young girl. Not one, I tell you. My late mother chased all of them away with her rolling pin, of course, so I never married. Oh, what a shame. You quietly leave the old lady and her herd of cats to their reminiscing. So this is exactly what I said. The con woman has just given the fake address and name. She's just using someone else's name and address. This is 100% our con woman. I1. Pretty cool. Jesse said, I'm allowed to help with something that was in case 1 because you won't remember it. So should I? I feel like we don't need help about this, but not yet. Don't help us yet. You can, we're going to end this stream soon and save it for later. Save it for later. We're going to have more time in the day before we do it. But I mean, I would normally when the author asked me that, I'd say, yeah, use your judgment. But Anna just wants to volunteer information, so I don't know, never know whether to fully trust. Okay, I would like to visit Rapid Staffing to see if maybe they can shed some light, even though I don't think we really need it. I know we're short on time, but I like this con woman angle. Pearl Ramsey Real was that place, and now we're going to Rapid Staffing. I just want to see how this con woman got herself this job. I'm very curious how she managed to pull that off. Maybe Anna is telling us something about that scene that... Maybe I need to read that again, because she mentioned something in that scene. No more sitting at home. They go out all the time. You can use your judgment, Anna, but just remember, your judgment is often giving us too much information that we don't want. So be careful. Okay, here is the Rapid Staffing Services. 30 minutes. It's now 4:30. No, yeah, 4:30. No, it's now 5. To the Hotel Lafayette. Yes, we sent someone there yesterday. Is there a problem? No? Thank God. It's a strange story, actually. Miss Ramsey came in a few days ago, told us she wanted a waitress job at the Hotel Lafayette. I told her that's not really how job hunting works. I could recommend other establishments to her right now, but she said she was only interested in that particular hotel. Found that a bit peculiar, but her papers were in order, so when the hotel manager called yesterday, I recommended her for the job. Circle Q1. Okay, well, there was no doubt already, but this is pretty lovely, and it's so nice that it's like tying a little bow on it. It's exactly what we said. Like, how, if you're a con artist woman, how do you plan this? All right, so she goes in, she's like, hey, if a job opens up at the Hotel Lafayette, think about me. And then she went and set up this existing waitress to be unavailable. Pretty cool. Well, it's 5 p.m. We've got 3 more hours till the end of this day. I think maybe we've got enough for our collector case, if we're right about this woman's name. We might consider not getting too cocky. We might consider visiting Louisa Heath, even though I think it's Elizabeth Perry. We might consider this just to reassure ourselves. But I think we've got a pretty good handle on our collector angle. What do you think? Ready to wrap it up for today? There's not much left in today's case. 5 p.m. Well, I guess we got 3 hours, end of day. Then we've got questions to talk about. So we don't want to do that while we're tired. We're going to stop here, but we'll decide when our next session is going to be. Or maybe Jonathan says I'm ready to wrap it up. Okay, so but let's discuss for a moment when I should schedule the next session, because the next session is going to involve answering questions, and I'd prefer to do that while Jonathan is here. So, but it still could be a couple hours long session. Okay, so we got some possibilities. We could end here, skip Saturday, skip Sunday, meet Monday. Or we could meet Saturday evening at 10 p.m. for a couple hours. We don't have to have this discussion live here. I guess I wouldn't mind the idea. We've been playing 5.5 hours tonight. We played 6 hours yesterday. I wouldn't mind, if you think it would work better for your schedule, Jonathan, to skip Saturday and Sunday and pick up Monday at 10. But we could also do a shortish session on Saturday or Sunday to finish day 2. I guess we don't have to do it live. All right, let's sign off here. Amazing session, very satisfying, very cool. What a change of pace. We've still got Georgia Price to worry about, but we seem to have wrapped up our little collector. We're going to end today's session here, and we'll talk offline about whether our next session will be tomorrow, which is otherwise known as today, Saturday, or whether we're going to take a break. It wouldn't be crazy to have a couple hour session tomorrow and finish day 2 and then skip Sunday, but it also would be reasonable to stop here and resume on Monday. We'll figure it out. I'll see you then.